Hopefully everything's working, as always. Hmm.
Rainforest, and this red-tailed boa is not happy with me. This jungle dog is helping me find that 20-foot anaconda. Oh, a cane toad. Boop. That's a big one. Another wandering spider. Boop. This butterfly is absolutely massive. Check him out. This is one of the biggest trees I've ever seen in my life.
Shit.
Right next to it, I found this three-toed sloth. I gave him his space. Didn't want to mess with him. I found this turnip-tailed gecko. This guy was so cute. This worm was absolutely massive. This thing was close to 3 feet long. Ooh, what do we got here? Yoink. It's a pseudo boa. My camera didn't like the focus, but this guy was absolutely gorgeous. Check out those colorations. This snail was huge too. I hear the locals like to eat them. This poison dart frog is very deadly. This cute little Amazon tree boa was giving me a kiss. I found these bats in an old shed. Aren't they adorable? Check out this grasshopper. This thing is gnarly looking. I'm in the Amazon.
What the fuck's going on in the Amazon rainforest, dude? The hell? That's nutty.
Neighborhood Russian, hi guys, Zoomstay, welcome to a brand new video, and as you guys can see by the table in front of me, a little bit of a care package arrived to me from Russia. Yes guys, on this channel before already talks about brands that left Russia, many different companies starting from fast food chains such as McDonald's, to clothing retailers such as Zara left Russia. Well, actually a lot of them didn't, and actually are still continuing their business in Russia through proxy companies, which actually talks about in another video, but that's beside the point. One of the major companies that announced that it's gonna fully leave Russia was actually Coca-Cola. And in front of me here, I have all the Russian copycats, all the Russian replacements for Coca-Cola, starting from the most official ones to the most bootleg ones possible. And essentially today, I am going to compare these beautiful sanctioned products and also rank all of them on how close they are to the original. What we're gonna start off with is actually a lightning round in which we're gonna pour up all these colas with the original one, and I will have to guess which one is the original. So I think this is gonna be very difficult, so may God help me.
Я ставлю ставки на черноголовку.
То есть ты думаешь, что черноголовка будет самая лучшая из всех них? Да, если что, all this stuff was bought for me by Arina. She was recently in Russia, and she actually was there in grocery stores. And according to her, like, there's plenty of Western brands and stuff in Russian stores, and she says that she hasn't noticed much of a difference. So compared to like a year ago. So I don't know, guys. I don't know. Okay, let's try this and hope I don't become Z as a result of consuming these beverages. Okay, oh boy, do I love getting diabetes. I mean, look, picking one, what is the actual official Coca-Cola out of 2 is already difficult, but picking out of 6, this is a lot. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna start from here, from left to right, and let's do it. Alright, I think this one is too easy to tell, to be honest, because it's vanilla, so has to be this one. This has to be Dobry Cola, which we will talk about, but I do think it tastes different from official vanilla cola a little bit, to be honest. I do think so, but I do think it's this one. Alright, next one. I'm not gonna lie, that tastes pretty fucking real. I don't know, the second one actually tastes a lot like the real thing to me. Or maybe I'm just, I don't know, man. This
Just
Alright,
like a mix
3.
of just random shit. Like, not random shit, but like, it's just like a mix. Like, when you get one at like McDonald's or whatever, like, it's just like it's not like it's in a jug where it's just Coca-Cola. It's that the particular mix. Like, the machine just has like a syrup and like sugar or whatever and water that then like combine together to create that. It's not like it is like canned. So it doesn't really seem that hard to me to make like a fake if that's already like known. If you already know the proportion.
Okay, this is not real. This is definitely not real. It's got like almost like it's like a syrupy kind of taste. I don't know how to describe it, but it's different. It's definitely different. This one is either this, or this. All right, next one. This is not real as well. This is not real. This is not real. Again, my guess is either one of these three. This is hard, man. This is actually so difficult. I feel like the weight of the world is on me right now. Like, this is a lot. Okay. I think this one is also not real. I think this one is one of these three, essentially. I can't fucking tell which is which, though. And the last one, cheers.
I think you need a palate cleanser.
This is the worst one so far. I swear to God. It's really weird. It really actually tastes like Baikal a lot. Okay, so here's the thing, right? So this particular brand right here, Chinagolovka, right? It's actually a decent soda brand from Russia. Basically, what they usually do, their niche, is that they actually make Soviet sodas, right? So the Soviet Union actually had a bunch of sodas that the rest of the world didn't. They had their special recipes. Essentially, this company, Chinagolovka, usually makes those, like, sort of keeping the traditional life, and they're usually pretty good stuff. So this one, in my opinion, my guess is that this last one just doesn't taste like Coca-Cola. And I think it tastes a lot like Baikal, so my guess is that the last one is probably this. I'm gonna say that... This is actually insanely difficult, bro. By the way, guys, I'm not in charge of what is being played in the background, by the way, guys. Like, I do not want to even look at what's happening in the background. Z music to Z drinks. It's only fitting, right? I think this is the... I think this one is the real one. That's my guess.
Ты угадал, что это ванила.
Uh-huh.
Оригинальной колой ты называл доброй колой.
No! BRB, guys, I'm deleting my channel. This one was the original one. Yeah, so my guess was actually... Okay, I get why I was wrong, I guess. Okay, so here's the thing. So this was Dobry, and this was the original, right? So... interesting. It does have a different taste. It's a little bit more acidic, this one, Dobry Cola. I don't know, I think I kind of fell for that, but it actually makes sense. Here's the thing, right? It's because this is the one that I picked as the real one, that I thought was the real one. And, well, this entire branding, right, Dobry Cola, like, first of all, look at the can. It looks exactly like a Coca-Cola can, right? Essentially, what happens here is that Dobry is actually, like, the most official replacement for Coca-Cola in Russia right now.
I know about Dobry. Dobry Dra. It's like goodbye or something.
Because Dobry was actually a company that was producing juices in Russia and stuff like that, and they were a juice brand, right? So essentially what happens is that Coca-Cola sort of sold their Russian subsidiary to another company, but also like kept the ability to buy it back, and essentially this is currently being produced pretty much on the same equipment and using pretty much the same source material as the real cola was in Russia. So essentially this right here is just the rebrand of the real Coca-Cola in Russia. And same actually goes for this one right here, which is Dobry Cola Vanilla. Essentially, basically it's also... Oi, sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Yes, it's a lot of soda. I'm gonna be burping in this video, you know? Please bear with me. Even with just the way it looks, right? It's like exactly what, you know, a Coca-Cola bottle would look like in Russia. Before Coca-Cola officially...
No, it's got like a weird curve there, okay? No.
Russia, right? So I guess I fell for it. I fell for the trap of Dobry Cola. Alright, well, I thought this one was the weirdest. It just tastes like Baikal, so I'm thinking it's probably Chernogolovka, no?
Это кола.
Ah, that was Cool Cola. Okay, yeah, Cool Cola is ass. There we go. Cool Cola. No, Cool Cola tastes like fucking, like an engine coolant or something. It's really weird.
Я перед тоже хочу теснуть. В чем разница между доброй и оригинальной?
I didn't want to try Dobry versus original, yeah. Because that's like the big debate right now in Russia, right? A lot of Russians are like right now, you know, this is just like Coca-Cola. It's exactly the same. We don't need it. It's not the same. It's a bit different, right?
Оригинальная послаще чуть-чуть.
Well, there you go. Life ain't so sweet in Russia.
Черноголовку мою засрал.
Я не засрал, я не распробовал. Alright, now that I embarrassed myself with a lightning round by
I hope they get all their barks up before I have to debate at 7. Got an hour for you to bark. We have friends staying over because their AC's broken, so and they have a dog, so they're just being like mega annoying today. Yeah. Why? Why are you barking? I'm gonna pick you up. I'm gonna pick you up. I'm gonna do it. She's like saying don't. She's like, no. Am I debating? I don't know, some person. Sanvi? I think I've seen them on Modern Day Debate before. Not that I've watched it, just that I've seen like the thumbnail. Their face looked familiar when it showed up with the I'm so fucking tired. I don't feel like my dogs have been like really annoying about the way that they sleep. Like I like it was like wedged in between them. Like so I was like in this really weird position because one of them was like sleeping next to me on the side, and then one of them was like sleeping by my legs. But it was like kind of like making me do this like crazy position. So I didn't really sleep that well, and I got up kind of early. Got up at 10. There was I didn't like eat anything yesterday, for dinner. So it was like, oh my god, like that feeling you get when you just feel like gross and like weak because you haven't eaten anything. And I was like, I have to like slam some fucking cereal. So I did that, and then just went back to bed, which also fucking sucks. Like when you go back to sleep, I slept for like 2 hours, maybe, and then woke up or got up at like noon. And then I was like outside in the pool all day. Some pooped because it's like a million freaking degrees in Texas right now. I'm hungover too, thanks to your fucking mic. Hey, I mean, wine hangovers are way worse. Drink some water. One was saying she wanted to see her friend, then she said she'd come back in an hour. Well, new friend opportunity unlocked. But the heat waves, that's very sweet of you, Glitterbell, but no, we're good. We got a pool. And also we have 2 AC units, which was nice when our AC broke. Cause like, if one of them goes out, you know, we could go like upstairs or downstairs. And we got friends, you know, even if like those fail. So we're good, but I appreciate the concern. It has been hot as ball. Like it's kind of like gotten to a point where like sometimes the pool's like not even like refreshing. Like it's like the pool water is so fucking warm that it's like you're just kind of like, oh, this didn't make me less hot. I'm glad you're set up. Well, thank you. I think that let's see what the pool temperature is right now. Because right now it's too hot. My phone can't even load the weather. The fuck? I'm almost done with my Game of Thrones audiobook too. It's 102 right now. See what that temperature of the pool is. That's not that bad. The pool is 86. Or no, the pool is set to 86. Don't know why. The pool temperature right now is 95 degrees. So the water in the pool is 95 degrees. Love that. Let's turn the pool heater on. Let's get that shit up to 103. Yeah, last summer we left on the hot tub because the hot tub water flows into the pool. We left on the hot tub all night after a party, and we had like people over, and they like jumped in. And the pool itself, like the entire pool, was like 100, like over 100 degrees. Like the entire pool. It was so uncomfortable. As like an expectation, oh, water, it'll be nice and cool, and then it's just like not. You're like, ugh. I think it's usually go take a shower, but you know. Yeah, I emptied out our ice drawer into it, and surprise, surprise, didn't actually change anything. You keep getting warnings. It's like very hot weather. Wait, what? QAnon channel wants his guilty plea. Isn't he like almost done with his sentence? It was like 3 years, right? Sorry, I was looking at the weather. This like article came up, which it's not wanting to open. So I guess we're just dealing with that. I'm gonna be honest. I hate doing abortion debates because I just think it's like super annoying. So I'm not really super excited about it, but I have a policy of just saying yes pretty much all the time. They put freezer packs under that and swap them out periodically to keep it from lasting.
Superpowers being honest, I'll eat your
Shit,
ass.
that was loud. I used to have like one of my fans on my graphics card used to be broken, and the way I could like deal with it was I just had to take the sides of my the sides of the PC off. But I just got a different graphics card. Oh, Glitterbell's a dirty Mac user, I forgot. You don't have any AC? What the fuck, girl? You could get one of those like units that yeah, like everyone's AC dude, being like a HVAC like AC person in Texas must make so much fucking money. Cause like AC breaking left and right, dude. Like this shit's nuts. Which is also really nice that we like know a guy because he was able to come like literally the next day. Where I imagine sometimes it's like, you know, maybe potentially like months out. It's struggling to stay at 80. Yikes. I'm at a cool probably 70. We don't pay either. Nice. I mean, we do pay them. It's just we know a guy. It's like family friend, so it's just, you know, they'll give us priority, which is pretty cool. My parents never really had any friends growing up, so it's weird to like have like family friends that like have a profession that we can utilize. That sounds really silly, but if you know, you know. I don't know. Anyways, let's keep on with the soda thing.
Showing that I'm actually not able to figure out which one is the real cola. I'm severely disappointed in myself, first of all. But Dobry Cola, yes, already talks about. Basically, guys, if you want to prove that, you know, a lot of these brands that claim that they left Russia actually didn't leave Russia, this is it right here. Pretty much, right? But yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I can, you know, you can live with this. But it is not the same. It's definitely not the same. I don't know, I still like it. It's got a sort of a weird, like, Soviet canteen taste, you know what I mean? Like, this tastes like the type of cola you would get in, like, a random sketchy store near the beach in, the Russian South.
Oh my god, that's a beach? What the fuck?
Cola you would get in, like, a random sketchy store near the beach.
Bro, how are you barefoot with all these fucking rocks? What is wrong with you, Russia? Like, how are you sitting on this? Yeah, this just looks like a nightmare. What's going on over here? I mean, at this point, like, make some paths or some shit. Like, what? This is like a danger. Like, you need like a wood pallet to lay on. I guess one of these chairs. Bro, why would you do this?
In the Russian South in like Sochi in like 2004. This is what it tastes like, basically. That is a very specific description, I know, but it hits close to home for me. This one as well, the vanilla one. I don't know, it's kind of weird to be quite honest.
Hot rock.
Yeah, Alina doesn't like it either.
Как будто пьешь воду с сахаром.
Yeah, it literally tastes like water with sugar with a bit of vanilla, but like the taste of vanilla in this is really not good. I don't know, it's like just, I don't know, it's really bizarre. It's like the cola doesn't have a sweet aftertaste. And I don't know how that makes any sense. Yeah, I don't like this one. I take my words back. I was dick riding
No wonder they wanted to
Cola. I was
nuke
saying
us.
this is the best the closest you could get to Coca-Cola, but just for the original one. The vanilla one, honestly, I don't recommend it. Alright, Cool Cola. Everybody's favorites. It tastes like literally the cheapest cola I remember, you know, drinking as a kid. А, это от Чакова делает.
У них что, квас говно,
Their
что
kevas
пиво
and beers
говно.
suck ass.
Кола тоже говно.
Their
Yeah,
cola
Cool
sucks
Cola,
too.
Cool Cola isn't the best, but this is the last one.
Reminds me of like, it's just like Cool ROMs. Like it's just a bootleg website.
Would be my cola, my favorite cola. I do like the package. I'm so sorry, guys. Look, this is the experience of drinking Russian soda. I do like this packaging. It's like a small, tiny, you know, cute, shrunk down version of a huge cola. It's not half bad, to be honest. From all of these, I would have thought that this would be like the sketchiest and the weirdest one, but Cool Cola is by far the worst. But любимая cola.
It's a really kind of an odd sentiment. It's saying you're a fair person. I mean, that's like a compliment, right? Did I read into that? I'm not telling you who did that, but it seems kind of like an odd compliment. I don't know. I guess I'll take it. I think I am, so that's cool. So faithful. I'm not really sure of the context, to be honest. It's equally as confusing, I think. Last night, so I'd have more time to watch.
Cola is actually alright. I don't mind it. I do not mind it. Okay, let me wash that down with that classic American taste. А мне американские бургеры дороже родины. And I guess what we should move to is something that we haven't tried yet, right here. First of all, we have Lemon Fresh, which is a drink from who the fuck makes this? X5. So it's basically made by a Russian grocery store, Пятерочка, pretty much. So this would be basically like RC Cola type beat, you know, dollar store, you know, Sprite. Hopefully it hits just like McDonald's Sprite. Alright, I guess let's put it up. Yeah, let's check the color. I mean, I'm assuming it's gonna be the same. Sprite changed up the design a little bit. It's really very clear now. But yeah, we know what Sprite looks like. I don't actually mess with Sprite that much, to be honest. I prefer Coca-Cola.
Oh,
Fanta.
you want that Nazi shit, Fanta?
Barely ever buy Sprites, but thanks to this video, guys, you now know my soda opinions. Soda tier list video coming soon. I mean, honestly, they look exactly the same. Let's compare. The refreshing taste of Sprite, guys. Buy now. Please send me money, Coca-Cola. Alright, and now for the for Lemon Fresh. It's alright. It's alright. Actually, to be honest, I think I actually might prefer. Yeah, Lemon Fresh.
I'm not
recommend.
a soda person, so.
Он реально вкуснее, да. Сейчас Спрайт сосать.
Садитесь на фоне.
Ужас. The background videos just get worse and worse as this video progresses. It's over. It's over. And here we are, guys, at the orange drink.
I mean, if I had to pick, like if I had to drink a soda, does White Claw count? I don't know. I just don't care. I would just take whatever, I guess. Like, I don't like necessarily hate soda. I just don't drink it. It's just, I'm like completely indifferent to it. Oh, Red Bull for sure is my favorite energy drink. I like, you know, it's like relatively small. I like the flavor. I was drinking these Monster alcohol drinks and I realized they don't even have any caffeine in them. And the reason I was drinking it was because they were left here. I was just kind of like, oh. Why? Like, they're like, kind of like White Claws. And they taste like shit, too, by the way. Would not suggest. But it was like... You would think that you'd want, like, kind of like a Four Loko style thing where you combine the two, but... not very tasty, and don't have caffeine, so. Too many teen issues with the kids. Well, if wait, why were kids drinking alcohol? This seems like a different issue. Yeah, I used to like amp too when I was younger, but I just like I can't drink anything really sugary anymore. It just like it's like ugh. It feels gross. Like it's like coating my mouth in sugar.
Section of the video. Now we have Dobry Apelsin, which is actually once again the same exact company as this and this.
Well, they still make Four Loko.
It's essentially Coca-Cola in itself that was just rebranded.
Ratio,
so this is a Dobry with orange flavor.
Or maybe it doesn't have any caffeine
logically,
in it.
This should basically be just like Fanta. You know, they even have like a QR code and like a little giveaway or something going on. You know, it's just like Coca-Cola. And also we have the legendary drink Fancy. Of course. You know, you walk into a Russian grocery store, you want a Fanta. How about Fancy? I don't know, I just love this name. I think it's hilarious.
But it's so like lazy branding, I love it.
Actually, the thing about Fancy is that it's, well, it's the same company as Cool Cola. So I don't actually have very high expectations for this. ASMR. Ooh, yes. Yes, that's good. That's good. Come on, go to sleep now. It smells like Fanta, I'm not gonna lie. I can already tell even the color of the Fancy is a bit off. I'm an expert in this, bro. And now we get the last one. I mean, what's the point of even pouring it if it's a clear bottle? But actually, no. I think Dobry's, so, you know, the original, quote-unquote, Fanta's color is off, right? Because here, look at this. Like, this is the original Fanta, this is Fancy. Color actually looks about the same. Crazy, guys, I know. This is this is what my channel has come to. Alright, Fancy, yes. It's okay. It's okay, but it doesn't... It's an orange soda, but it doesn't really taste like Fanta, like, just compare. It's just immediately, like, I don't know I can really convey it to you guys in a full extent, right? Because you're obviously not tasting these drinks with me right now, but, I don't know, Fanta immediately just tastes so much better. And now, the, best copy. What? Hold on. Why do I taste like the aftertaste of like dirt or something? Maybe I'm just trying my hardest to hate on the Z drinks at this point. It's got a bitter taste to it, actually. It's got like a bitterness. It's almost, it has the bitterness of like the peel of an orange, you know what I mean? But I don't know, I cannot say that I would prefer this over the regular Fanta. It's actually kind of weird. I like the original one way more. You should try it.
The first time I tried Fanta, I was in like Paris. I don't know what I'm trying to say with that statement, I'm just saying it. I guess it just kind of reminds me of it now.
Yeah. Fancy is actually not bad in this case, yeah, I agree.
Fancy, more like Nazi. Got him because it was made by Nazis.
Putting a lot of hope in Dobry. I was hoping that it's gonna be the best replacement, but as far as, you know, for Coca-Cola I think it is, but the vanilla one is ass and the orange one is a little bit weird. Actually, and I cannot believe myself right now, but I would prefer
I kind of get the
Fancy
same vibe.
over
What about, are you like honestly just like copying my life? Like what the fuck?
Dobry orange. So cheers to that. Alright, I got the second one. Good.
Yours,
yeah, also what Irina got, for some reason, is this. And here's the thing, these are potato
what? Mascots.
chips, and these are not even replacements really for any sanctioned products, because actually when it comes to like chips or whatever, it's all still in Russia. Lay's, Pringles, whatever. What this is though is potato chips made by Russian YouTubers. We're gonna start with this because this right here is actually coming from the channel A4 A4 Vlad A4, which is actually
holy shit, 46 million. Dude, I think us dumbass Americans forget like how popular other creators are that are not in America.
known in the West these days as the Russian Mr. Beast copycats. That was like a whole story like 2 years ago at this point, where people basically figured out that it's just this Russian guy, he's actually from Belarus, but anyway, who was copying Mr. Beast and everything. And just like Mr. Beast himself, he's ventured into the world of food, making potato chips. And here it's apparently supposed to be him, A4.
This is the most AI generated guy I've ever seen.
For himself. It's called Lava Lava A4 right there, and the flavor is called Crab Ninja. So yes, this is made for 9-year-olds, obviously. And the design, in my opinion, sucks. Quite honestly, it looks like shit, but it's produced in Belarus though. So
Good chips.
it should be good, yes. And this is actually also made by Russian YouTuber Anastasia Evleeva. She's like a big vlogger in Russia. Whatever, not much to say. This flavor is called Mayonezo Brasileiro. Brazilian mayonnaise, whatever that is.
Aren't sentient. Okay. Banned you from what? For Discord? I gotta remember that. I haven't decided if I want to do a one-on-one. It's about the same topic. Or no, it's about trans people. And it's just like, I just think I need a break from that for a little bit. Maybe next week.
That is. I do like the packaging inside. That's pretty fucking cool, honestly. I do like that. It's good. It's good. Good job, Russian Mr. Beast. Belarusian Mr. Beast.
Ой, что вкусно.
Yes, this is now a paid advertisement, so...
Dude, I hate chips so much. Like, they're like so good sometimes, but it always makes you feel like shit. Like, I feel the same with popcorn. Like, you always like kind of crave it sometimes, or you want to like snack on some chips, but afterwards you always feel like dog shit. Like, you just like, ugh. It's like it's always a mistake. So I'm trying to not anymore. You always get the craving for it, but you're like, God damn it, every time. Or Discord server. I mean, I kind of arbitrarily ban people from our Discord server because I find it, I'm not gonna say fun. It's just like, okay, I'm over it. And I don't want like somebody like ruining the time of everyone else in the Discord server, you know what I mean?
A4, I'm expecting a check in the mail for $5,000 very soon. Now let's see if Nasty Evleeva will owe me money as well. They also have that thing. Are they making this shit at like the same exact, you know?
Probably.
I mean, to be honest, even the design looks like it was made by the same like...
Yeah, I assumed it was the same thing. Probably is.
12-year-old in Fiverr. But yeah, they like the inside of the packaging is exactly the same. It's like colored. I actually like it. I don't know, guys. I'm kind of biased though. I don't really know if I can make a honest rating in this because I just love chips too much. Chips are like the food I've eaten most in my life. Literally. I literally still eat entire bags of chips as a meal at the age of 25. I'm an absolute moron. But yeah, no, this is good. Good job, Russian YouTubers, on making chips. Not on, you know, being members of society that actually, you know, voice their opinion on major important issues. In that regard, fuck you guys, but as far as, you know, you make good chips and everything, but I don't know. I don't know what point I'm making. I think I'm like on a sugar crash right now or whatever, like a sugar high. I've literally drank so much soda in the last, whatever, I've been recording this, that I don't think I can think straight anymore. So I think it should be time to probably end this video. I want to say thank you guys for watching this video. Hopefully you did enjoy it. Hopefully you did enjoy me tasting all of the different Z drinks and Z chips from Russia. I want to say thank you to Arina for, you know, bringing me all this stuff from Russia and, you know, sponsoring this video. And if you guys like this video, please make sure to slap the like on it as well.
Interesting. We got a few more minutes before we gotta get into the debate. Oh yeah, new donkey video.
Is dead. Today I am playing the most hardcore video game ever created. Shadow the Hedgehog. Press the A button to continue.
Is it gonna do that every time?
Press start. Options. Change rumble. One player. Story mode. New file. Insert memory card. Continue without saving.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
Why does that name haunt me?
That's you. That's who you are.
Who am I?
Shadow the Hedgehog.
How do you know I'm Shadow?
Because I'm the biggest Sonic fan in the world.
Spare me!
No. I think I'm actually supposed to shoot these alien guys instead.
God, piece of shit.
Come here! Hey, he's on our side!
He kicked me! I shoot that guy! Wait, why is there a Jeep in Sonic? My walking is like 200 times faster than this.
Deploy the troops now! And if you find Shadow with the black aliens, then kill them.
Bro, what the fuck was going on in the mid-2000s when it came to, like, gaming? Like, we did such, like... It was, like, 2 people making games and they were always the same. Like, what... Honestly, what the fuck happened? They're also, like, so, like, crazy. Like, you just, like... You have to ask, like... Why? Like, why did we make this decision? Yeah, I've heard about it too, but I've never seen anyone, like, play it. I just assumed it didn't actually exist.
Them all.
But sir, isn't Shadow on our
I
side?
gave you an order, soldier. He's evil and he's the enemy.
He's not evil, he's awesome!
I love voice acting at this time. Reminds me of the, why did they call it a White House? It's more like the Fight House! You know why? Because I'm the president of the United... Like that mech game that's, actually made... made by... not Square Enix, FromSoft, like the people who make, like, Elden Ring.
I love Shadow the Hedgehog!
I'm going to destroy this damn planet.
I feel like I could have been a voice actor.
This is who I am.
Maybe it's the same guy.
He's not evil. Right?
Death to all who oppose me! A Chaos Emerald? You've got to be kidding me, guys. This is like taking candy from a baby, which is fine by me.
That...
Shadow.
Oh, and the
Damn
Nescar.
It's been 50 years.
50 years since I pre-ordered Sonic 06, you piece of shit.
Justice will finally be served.
No, don't shoot Shadow with a gun. He's good. He's not evil.
You killed everyone I loved.
Alright, maybe he's evil. Die! Die! Die, bastard!
Stop!
No one tells me what to do.
Yeah!
I have my own reasons for collecting the
Oh,
Chaos
fucking edgy, bro!
Emeralds.
Yeah! I mean, he's gonna do his own stuff with it. You don't tell him what to do. This game is rated T. They can do anything in this game. They can say hell and damn and shoot people. Look at this stupid guy. I'm gonna shoot him next.
Stop attacking the good guys!
You can't tell me what to do. I'm Shadow the Hedgehog.
Also, I
I'm
love that
awesome.
he also has, like, soap. If you guys don't know, soap shoes were, like, shoes that had kind of like a plastic bottom that were meant for, like, you physically grinding stuff. Like, jumping, like, how you would do with a skateboard, but you just do it with your shoes. It's called, like, soaping or something like that. Really dumb. Very, very of its time. I mean, no. Know that it was dumb, or know that that's what the shoes were? They absolutely were. Yeah, they absolutely were modeled after soap shoes. I mean, if you just, like, look at them, like, literally the way that they're designed. I mean, it makes sense. Look, these look exactly like some of these fucking shoes, dude.
I take orders from no one. I do as I decide.
And I decide that I jump in a tornado.
Help! We're being sucked in! Look out behind you!
But he's directly in front of me.
I wonder if there are any Chaos Emeralds around
There,
here.
yeah, there.
Cross the river by using one of those floating discs.
Nobody tells me what to do. I jump off of a fucking cliff instead.
Not here.
This yellow water is poison. Don't touch it.
I am Shadow the Hedgehog. I, and only I, know what is best. No one can tell me what to do. This is who I am. Damn it.
Holy shit.
I'm Shadow the Hedgehog, and
Don't really understand the point of the gun.
now, I am the most powerful hedgehog in the world.
Shadow, you're so cool.
I'm the coolest. Behold the ultimate power.
Chicken gun.
Who are you?
Shadow the Rhinehedge Cowboy. Dinklage, the actor. Yes. This is what this franchise needs.
Yes, we did it!
I did it.
Doctor, you're going straight to the place you created me from.
His laboratory?
You're going straight to hell.
Oh.
What? Goodbye, Doctor. Finally, I've got all the Chaos Emeralds.
Congratulations, Shadow. Through the power of the Power Stones, I shall grant you one wish. What is it that you desire more than anything in this world?
A copy of Shadow the Hedgehog.
Alright, what's that, oh god, it's gonna take me forever. If I was smart, I would hit the search option and use that to look for what I'm looking for. But I've kind of just committed to just scrolling to be annoying at this point. I think it's coming up soon. I don't forget what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that game that we were talking about with the mechs. Hopefully I didn't skip it. I guess I don't really know what I'd be looking up. Yeah, but would he name it that, though? You never know with Donkey. I think I've gone too far. Yeah, I definitely went too far. Alright, we're gonna be smart about those. I guess Metal Wolf Chaos. There we go.
Hey guys, in this game you play as the president.
Thank you, Glitterball.
There he is now exiting the White House.
Okay, let's party! Welcome to the White House.
So in this game, the vice president is evil. I'm the president. The vice president is evil. So
I mean, just like real life. Fucking Camilla's got all of her mech army. We also know that's not true, because that would make her too interesting, and she's like the most boring person in the world.
in order to save America, I need to wipe out the entire United States military. But I'm the good guy.
Jody, how's my schedule look for today?
Tell me this isn't the same voice actor.
Wildlife protection.
Oh yeah. Sorry, but I'll have to cancel that. I'm heading out to save America. The gentleman in me goes off the clock at 5 p.m.
Yep, I'm the same exact way. I know what.
And now I'm gonna...
What?
Take America back!
Yeah!
The enemy forces...
That's what Trump thinks of you.
Have even captured San Francisco's cable cars.
Oh my God.
We can't let them get away with using the symbol of this great American city.
Hey! Those cable cars are a symbol of this great American city of San Diego. Let me switch to the grenade launcher. There we go.
The fight will continue.
You know what's a game that's actually really fun that's very similar, like, looking to this in a way, is Earth Defense Force. Unironically, a very, very fucking fun game to play with your friends. It's really scuffed, but it's really fun.
As long as the America inside my heart is still alive. An email?
Actually, it's a sound file.
Play it for me.
Yes, boss.
The sound quality is terrible.
True!
Fail to comply, the Alcatraz cannon will zap you backwards.
Yeah.
Will it now? I'll smash it faster.
I know it might surprise you, but I like playing the one that can fly. Very fun. to do that. I don't remember what the like class was called. First they told me women are allowed to vote, then I had to start treating brown people as equals, then came the gays, and I recently had to start showing common courtesy towards trans people. But it's still socially acceptable to be racist and hateful towards AI. Fuck ChatGPT. What? Is that not a joke? I thought that was a copy pasta or something. Hold on. It's still socially acceptable to be racist and hateful against AI. Fuck ChatGPT. You will not take away my right to hate. I mean, it just looked like a copy pasta, like, joke.
Than a Florida recount.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I found the taunt button.
Still got the barbecue!
What?
Still got the barbecue!
What is he saying?
Still got the barbecue!
Still got the barbecue?
Still got the barbecue!
What are you saying?
No, probably stoke up the barbecue. Right? Like, to get the barbecue going?
Nice landing! Nice landing! Nice landing!
What?
Nice one?
What are you saying? What is that noise?
No.
Didn't you say you'd smash them faster than a Florida recount?
Shut up, lady. I'm trying to figure out what he's saying.
Are you saying nice? Nice? Nice. 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 Nice.
Going up against jokers like this is so tiring. I'll have to ask you to leave this stage before you get hurt.
Whose idea was this?
1 second, you guys. I gotta save the Grand Canyon. There we go. Now it's safe. You're welcome, Florida.
Again, mid-2000s was a nutty
Whoa,
time.
where's the floor? The floor disappeared during the cutscene. What? The truck is... Wait, the truck... Okay, the truck is gone. Okay, this is stupid.
The funniest response.
Richard!
Turned out.
Oh, you've done excellent work, Michael. How about a reward to show my appreciation?
You know, I learned this somewhat recently, as in like 2 days ago. I guess the way that they used to do presidential elections, the person who got the second most votes would be the VP. For a while. Which is really fucking stupid. Because for obvious reasons. Like, why would you want basically the person you lost to be your second in command? That just seems like they would just continue the fight and like undermine you. Which is what happened. They ended up obviously getting rid of that, but it's just like, god damn, sometimes we're just like dumb with a lot of decisions we've made in this country. I get like the logic behind it, but like it's just kind of like not thinking it through all the way. Yeah, it's like what why are you gonna have somebody in a position of power that absolutely has the exact different position than you? No, I understand the logic, but I just like on that level. But it's like, just maybe think it out a little bit more. Yeah, like again, if you're, I can't imagine that it also didn't come to mind to like kill them because then they would be president. So it's like, okay, well I lost that, so if I kill them, then I'll just be president. Or if they, you know, somehow pass away, like it just it. Obviously, it's not somebody on your side.
Oh, a reward. All right. I'll take it.
And it just turned into this. We'll turn into like mech battles.
And gas will annihilate the city in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Or not, Michael.
Got him.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Mr. President, I haven't been this happy since that supermarket going out of business sale when I was searching for my favorite candy and I found the last box all covered in dust at the back of the rack. And the expiration date was still good.
Is this like OG AI voicing? Like, I have a hard time believing this is like a real person speaking.
I know the feeling, Jody.
Metal Wolf, I don't know what you're up to,
But I can tell you this. You're
What?
Your public enemy
Oh
number
my
one.
God! I'll head to Liberty Island to rescue my men. And the reason is because I'm the president of this great United States of America. I can't turn my back on a friend. And the reason is I'm the president of the United States.
That's not how human nature.
Who did that to the White House?
It
could be called. They shouldn't call it the White House. They should call it the Fight House.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
Hello, Michael. How's life treating you?
I love whoever is voicing Richard. He's just like so casual about.
Richard. Richard! Richard! Richard!
Michael!
Richard!
Michael!
Richard! Richard!
Hey there, Michael. Is that all you got to show for your Medal of Honor? Your Medal of Honor would look better on me.
I'm gonna die.
I feel like they just got drunk one night and did all of their audio lines like that day. Like they just like got together, like just rolled through, just doing all of the lines.
If I beat this whole game.
Come at me with all your body and soul. I'll hug you to death.
Come on, fight, you son of a bitch! What the fuck? Stop! Stop! That's it, Richard. You have pissed me off. No. Now I'm freaking hell yeah. See what happens, Richard?
Do you like me now?
We gotta bring back dueling. That definitely happened.
Yeah! Fuck you, Richard! Uh-oh. He's turning on his mega mode. Alright, guys. This is the final boss fight. Here we go. Alright, I beat him. It's over. Why is he still screaming?
That's pointless, Mr. President.
Nothing is pointless. And the reason is because I'm the president of the great United States of America. Yeah!
Mr. President!
Jody, I'm gonna step out into outer space. See you soon.
That's not how those were. Actually, those are put on the back of rockets, and they're not actually able to launch into space on their own. They're just able to come back and land. All right, don't remember why we were watching that. Because of the stupid other thing. We have some time. Let's do so. Well, this might take only have 15 minutes. This is 14 minutes, so probably don't want to do that close. This is 8 minutes. Let's do this one.
Is probably the most popular fear on the planet. I feel like most people are afraid of things they don't fully understand, and that's what I'm here to talk about today. And I'm sure a lot of you have already seen this, but I am fascinated and disturbed by a very popular branch of TikTok live streaming content that's blowing up right now. I'm like a dog when you get a vacuum cleaner out. I cower in fear because I really don't understand it. Now, TikTok live streams already have a reputation for being horrible. It's just an absolute wasteland. It's full of trash, more so than a landfill. I don't think there's ever even accidentally been a good TikTok live stream, except for the time a ton of people were illegally rebroadcasting the Super Bowl on there. Just going onto that platform to watch live streams is like going to an active war zone to tiptoe around landmines, but in this case, there's no safe spot to tiptoe. You always hit a landmine of fucking cringe.
Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ooh. Ice cream so good. Yeah, strong woman. Balloon. Yeah, strong woman.
This is what we're here to talk about. This is some kind of NPC live streaming trend where TikTok creators go live and then just act like NPCs here. Someone really summed it up best by saying that this feels like someone canceling combos in a fighting game. She just keeps randomly emoting like if you're spamming taunts in Chivalry 2 or in like Super Smash Bros. Melee. Show me your moves. Oh, yeah, show me your moves. Show me your...
Should I just like start streaming on TikTok but like not have anything that I'm watching? Like just have my phone like sitting here, like recording me and not like it won't make any sense what the fuck I'm talking about. 'Cause that's kind of funny as a concept. Like just completely out of context. You're not seeing my screen. You're not seeing anything. I'm just sitting here talking about something that you can't see. You're not part of the chat. Maybe I should start doing that. Or if I'm doing a debate, you're only seeing one side of it, so it's like really confusing. Thoughts? Also put a link to Twitch. I feel like it's more funny and more aptly TikTok to not. Make them have to dig for it to figure out what I'm talking about.
Show me your moves! I don't know how long she streams for, but it's gotta be fucking exhausting. It is non-stop jingling keys with no...
Well, I mean, the debate will be on YouTube, but like, of course I'm gonna keep streaming the debate. What they got wrong was that it would be the Chinese government doing. I don't think it'd be funny. I think it's like so stupid it would be kind of funny.
breaks because she's smart. She knows that on TikTok, kids leave if there's even a split second of dead air. Silence is the #1 enemy on TikTok. Silence is the devil.
I guess that would kind of be the problem then, because if we're watching a video, I'm probably not going to be talking, considering we're watching it.
It's like the opposite of A Quiet Place, where you have to be quiet to keep monsters away. This is the loud fucking doofusville platform where you have to be making as much noise as possible and stimulation out the...
Well, the thing is, I wouldn't be really dual streaming. I would be streaming on my phone, so it's not like... I see what you're saying. I don't think... like, because I'm not doing the same production on TikTok. I'm doing a separate one that, like, I think you would have a good enough argument to say that it's not... like, it's not the same experience you would be getting on Twitch, you know what I mean?
Wazoo, or else people immediately turn it off, which is why most popular videos have like 5 different tiny videos inside of them, like cutting soap in half with
okay, but you're not allowed to do it on Twitch if you're a affiliate, so that's where the problem lies.
Knife, or the loud sounds of
Morally
5
dubious.
trash cans being slammed
No.
together like cymbals while
Who
Temple...
gives a fuck what Twitch wants or whatever wants? I don't think it matters as long as it's just not gonna get banned. It's just a funny idea. I don't think I'm actually gonna do it. It seems like because then I have to manage like both, and it's like I don't want to deal with that. Like one of my biggest fears is just like having, you know, because I'm doing it every day, so I'm always afraid like something's in the background that like I don't know, I end up doxing myself with.
runs playing on the bottom right and GTA 5's on the
TikTok,
top left.
Instagram.
And she's come up with a more
When the fuck
effective
did they say
money-making
that?
strategy than free armor trimming in RuneScape. She is constantly acting out tips. So, people
Are you
tip
just
her,
making that up
and
all
she
the time?
acts out the associated emoji with it, which incentivizes more people to keep tipping, which keeps supplying the stream with the NPC content.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes, strong woman. Yes, strong woman. Slay, huh? Oh, take your gaps. I love you. Slay, huh? Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Yes, strong woman. Ugh. Fire. Butterfly. Beautiful. Okay. Fire. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Oh, where's my feet? Ooh. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Yes, popcorn. Gang, gang. Gang,
What is
gang.
happening?
Fire. Gang, gang. Pop. Amazing. Ooh.
For those that
She
don't know
does have a
how it
good
works,
voice.
on TikTok, they're so quirky and raw XD random that instead of just donating to a creator on live, you tip them with like emojis. So you give them like some roses or a dragon or a galaxy or a lemon or some shit.
Imagine explaining to your family like what you do for a living. Like it just like not that it's like a bad thing to do that. It's just like your fucking nana is not gonna understand what the fuck you're saying. You know what I mean? Like this is like so like above like understanding of somebody. Like it just is. I guess you just probably say you're a content creator. Just make it easy. Be like, oh yeah, what do you do? It's like I don't know. I do TikTok live streams. Like what?
shit like that. And then the creator can take this random assortment of Microsoft clip art and then turn it into money. So that's what's happening here. She's getting these tips, and then she's just doing a short little performance with the tips as like an NPC.
We're almost
and on TikTok, it seems like people are constantly tipping. It seems like one of people's favorite pastimes on TikTok lives is giving away all of the money they have to their name. Like, these kids are like 12 years old and just give their whole allowance to TikTok creators in order for an actual split second of acknowledgement. So here, she doesn't actually like acknowledge the donators. She just acknowledges the dumbbell, for example. And she'll do like a little performance when you tip a dumbbell. I don't know how much money that is. Fucking 5 glue bucks or something. I have no idea what the conversion rate in money to emote is on TikTok. But that's the whole strategy, and it's very effective. She's not the only one doing it, but she is the most popular right now. And she is engaging in a bit of a whimsical silliness by having a hair iron out and popping individual popcorn kernels with it. So that's just another, like, piece of the puzzle here for keeping people hooked on it, because it's so weird and wacky that it makes it mysterious and mystical. Like, oh my god, she's cooking popcorn with a hair iron, kernel by kernel, slowly? Why, I never. I gotta message my friends to turn off the Finger family videos. We gotta get in here quickly. They gotta see this. She's cooking popcorn with a hair iron. There's nothing like it. You don't want to miss it. So it works out really well because it's a combination, a perfect storm, a geostorm for everything that works on TikTok. Perpetual stimulation while, you know, being able to constantly spam the emotes and talking so there's never any silence.
I mean, it is weird, don't get me wrong. I mean, I find these videos of him talking about it interesting because I'm not personally... They're not my bag. Okay, so it's not something I would ever, like, go about watching. So I like to know about those little, you know, nooks and crannies in the internet that are just, like, some weird shit that I don't like. I feel like you need a sociologist to understand why they even exist, or not a sociologist, like a psychologist to like assess why it's appealing. Like I just, it's so foreign to me that I don't get it.
While also having that like XD random with the popcorn and hair iron.
Yeah, of course.
Which is something that does
you think I don't like do that? I look for shit to talk about.
very well on TikTok. So she's fucking crushing it. Now there's a lot of copycats doing it. So the big trend is a ton of TikTok creators like her doing this.
Also, I'm Zanny. I had articles put up everywhere about it. Okay, jeez, I'm not trying to insult you. Just making a little bit of a jokey joke. Because I feel like doesn't make sense. This is partner. It doesn't. What? Terms have always been aligned with the changes we announce our partners. What? Your partners on Twitch. How does this impact affiliates? It doesn't? Affiliates terms have always been aligned with the changes we announce for partners. So what? I mean, this is not saying that you can dual stream. It's saying that you can just create live content on other platforms. It doesn't mean you can simultaneously stream at the same time. Weird phrasing here. Can I turn off my Twitch stream and immediately start my live stream or else? Yes, once your Twitch live stream... yeah, so you can't dual stream. Do not allow simulcasting on web browsers, Twitch-like services, and support streaming for extended period of time, such as YouTube and Facebook, because we believe engaging with two streams at once can lead to suboptimal experience for your community, which is kind of bullshit, to be honest. However, we know many of you want to use the services to grow community, so simulcasting on short-form mobile services such as TikTok or Instagram Live is one. That's really weird. Huh, so I guess you're right. Seems like they kind of should have led with that. Why? I feel like I need more... It says short form mobile services. So I don't... does that mean that you have to do it like in a short burst? Like a little bit of like a preview? Cause like you could like stream like for like days on TikTok or Instagram Live. Goddamn Twitch being like nebulous like always. Love that. I still advertise my other channels on Twitch panels on my stream. We encourage you to promote your Twitch live stream on other platforms. Huh. I guess because they don't see them as competitors? Because like their market share is probably significantly different than YouTube and Facebook. Decide you can't and you don't get what you don't get to know when that is? Yeah, probably. Here, hold on. I'm going to go ahead and set up. We're muting the sound bites because I don't want you guys jump scaring me. Hold on. Why are you doing it right after I said I'm muting it? Yeah, my fucking Zoom. I hate Zoom so much. Oh, it just froze. God damn it. Oh wait, didn't I have a problem last time with it like not being able to handle my camera? I had to use like my backup camera. I hate Zoom. It fucks up shit every single time. Now it looks like the Fix it there. I think I'm gonna have to use my webcam. So it's I'm gonna look like shit on screen. Holy fuck. I wish they would use Discord. That would be nice. But they don't. It is what it is. I'm just gonna look like out of focus dog shit. Okay, Logitech Brio. Yeah, I think Zoom just like literally can't handle Brio, come on. Figure it out. I hate that they give me the thing like 2 minutes before it's supposed to start, because then I feel like I'm gonna be late. But it's like I gotta fix this shit. What do you want? You want me to look like shit? Camera's not available, huh? The fuck? Okay, I guess I can't fix it, so it's just gonna look like that.
Maybe I try to quit every app but this one, and that'll help.
I would definitely do that. But it's gonna be amazing. Thank you both for being here. Nita, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hopefully everything's
Yes,
working
crystal
properly.
clear. Yep. Let me just get everything ready in Zoom or OBS, and we'll be ready to go. What we'll do is, Sanvi, if your connection is weak during the stream, we'll just have you turn your camera off. But ideally, we
Okay.
won't do that. And the reason is it's just more engaging if people actually see the people are. This isn't talk radio, Sanvi, okay?
I
And so
agree.
more engaging. Let me just do this last. Okay, cool. But yeah, this will be a lot of fun. It'll be a quality dialogue. I'm confident of that, as well as you just double check if you got both of you guys linked in the description. But yeah, how's your guys' day? You guys have nice weather over there?
It's hot as fuck here, so it's been nice being in
What
the
state are you
pool.
in?
I'm in Texas, so we're having a little bit of a heat wave right now. So it's
No
like 100.
kidding. That's
Yeah.
cool. I used to live in Lubbock for 2 years and then Nacogdoches for 2 years.
Yeah, last time we spoke, I think you said you were like interested in maybe going back to Austin because that's kind of where I am.
You guys are interested in going to Austin?
Oh, I thought maybe I'm misremembering. Sorry. I thought you said that you wanted to
Not
go.
me.
Not you? Okay, my bad. I thought it was.
I think Austin's cool though, like Barton Springs, and it's very
Oh,
beautiful.
heck yeah,
It's just
dude.
that it's out of my. I'm frugal, and you know, Austin, you have to be making bank nowadays to live there.
Yeah, I guess I don't
Not
live
true,
like
Nina?
downtown, but yeah, it is
So
getting.
it's more affordable on the outskirts.
Hmm.
Okay,
But I live with a bunch of people, so it's like.
that's smart. Good for you. And then Sanvi, you're in California, right?
No, what made you say that? I literally never lived there.
Yeah, you have. I'm not going to
No,
dox
I
you by
haven't.
saying
I'm in
what city.
Texas.
You're not in
No?
Texas, are you?
Yes. I feel like you're confusing me with someone.
I'm from California.
No.
If maybe you're mixing both of us up a little bit. I'm from California, but I live in Texas now.
Yeah, I'm not even from there.
That's so funny because one time.
We're all
I'll explain.
we're all
I
mixing
might
up
have
each other.
There was that one time Sanvi was debating somebody from the East Coast. I can't remember who it was. And so it was late. So that on the East Coast it's probably like 11 p.m. already. And I'm in mountain time. I'm in Colorado. So for me it's not as late. But trying to be sympathetic toward our guest who was on the East Coast where it was like already 11 p.m. I said, we should probably wrap up soon. And I thought Sanvi was in Pacific time. So when Sanvi's like, oh, I can stay up later. And I was like, yeah, easy for you to say when you're Pacific time. And you gave me a look. And now I realize like why you gave me that look, because you were never in Pacific time. Can you hear me?
She's gone back to
Sorry,
Pacific
hold
time.
on. Somebody rang my doorbell, so just give me 1 second to go check.
All right, 2 seconds. Yeah, I lived in Lubbock, which was, even though it's like voted the most boring city in the US, I thought it was great. I had a lot of fun. Now you're from California. What city in California?
I'm from like just outside of San Francisco to, the east. A city called Pleasanton. It's very like cliche like sounding. It's
cool.
Yeah, it's like a very like retiree kind of town where it's like really expensive. And it's just like a bunch of old fucks that are retired that live there basically.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. Okay, cool. And I'm gonna do starting the stream. They can't see or hear us yet. This is just to be sure the encoder is going smooth. But well, in Austin, I mean, compared to the San Francisco area, Austin must be cheap.
Absolutely. Yeah, like I remember like when I was first looking at like getting an apartment like in the city that my parents live in, it was like I think around 21, and this is like even if you like years ago, it was like $2,100 for like a studio apartment. Like it's like, oh my gosh, how can anyone afford to live here?
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane, right? Because it's like we have like the BART transit, so it was close to that station because of just the area is on that route. So public transit, who knows, or who would have thought, makes things a lot more expensive because it is very valuable to people to use.
That's funny.
We need more trains.
It's like a cool debate topic. So what I'm gonna do is, cool, we're live and they can't see or hear us yet, but who would like to go first? Do you have a preference? Otherwise, I can flip a coin here.
I don't care. You can flip the
All
coin.
right.
I think I'd rather
Sanvi's
go
heads.
second, if that's okay.
Okay, well then we'll have Sanvi go first. Cool. Let me just. What I'm going to do is, I'll do a cold open where I say, "Hey everybody, today we're debating whether or not abortion is morally permissible, and we are starting right now." And I'll say, with Sanvi's opening statement, thanks for being with us, and then you'll know when to speak. Okay, so thanks for being here, both of you. This will be a lot of fun. During the open dialogue, I don't think it will because you guys are professionals. You've had a lot of debates. If it gets to be too rowdy, I will just jump in and put it into like 1 or 2 minute intervals. And that's just to be sure that you guys get equal time. And yeah, so here we go. Actually, let me just do a quick sound test to see how high you are on my OBS little volume meter here. Can you do a quick 1, 2, 3, Sanvi?
1, 2, 3.
Cool. And then 1, 2, 3, Nina.
1, 2, 3, Nina.
Yours may be a little bit lower, Nina.
Really?
Actually, what I think it probably is, I think Sanvi, you got yours cranked. Is this one of your debate bro tactics to like
No,
drown out? So
I
if you
did
turn it down,
because I don't have a mic, so I like overcompensated maybe.
oh, like you spoke to, like you're saying you spoke loudly on purpose.
No, I didn't want to like yell in my house, so I just turned up the amount that the volume picks up, but I'll turn it down. Hold on.
It sounds fine on my end. Maybe I just wasn't talking close enough. Is that better?
That probably balances you guys out. Let's do a 1, 2, 3, Nina,
1, 2, 3.
and then 1, 2, 3, Sanvi.
1, 2, 3.
Now Sanvi's too low and Nina's is too high. If we just adjust one at a time, it'll so maybe like in the smallest degree possible. Nina, if you turn yours down, actually let's just do that just one way, because yours was actually, I think, kind of in where we needed it to be. If you go to right where you were, Nina, let's put it that way.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
It's a little bit different. Maybe just a little bit lower yet, even.
A bit lower. I feel like just getting maybe farther away might be better. I got like
That's
a
good.
very
That right there is
complicated. Okay, cool.
right there is where we need you, and then Nina or Sanvi.
Hello. 1, 2, 3.
Perfect. Okay, we're matched. All right, cool. Otherwise, I'm not very picky, but some of these audio connoisseurs out there. So here I go in 3, 2, 1. Ready, set. Here I go. Hey everybody, tonight we're debating whether or not abortion is morally permissible, and we are starting right now with Sanvi's opening statement. Thanks for being with us, Sanvi. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, James. So to begin this debate, I will argue that abortion is not morally permissible. For the sake of clarity in this conversation, I will define abortion as the elective killing of the unborn. So excluding medical necessity situations, I argue that abortion is immoral because in the case of medical necessity, the intent of the procedure is not to kill the fetus rather to save the mother. So for the abortion conversation, it really just boils down to 2 paths. Either we take the view of personhood or bodily autonomy. So firstly, you can argue that the fetus or embryo lacks moral status or humanity due to XYZ, and we can go from there. Or another more common mainstream argument is the argument from bodily autonomy, which is that nobody has the right to use somebody else's body. People have the right to refuse bodily resources, something to that effect. And I think there's a lot of problems with both of these arguments, which I'm sure we'll get into later. But both of these arguments either lead to unintuitive conclusions or just aren't logically consistent when we apply the same line of reasoning outside of the womb, or when we give various thought experiments and hypotheticals about the entire bioethical situation, when what it means to use somebody else's body and resources. So that's kind of why I am pro-life. I've evaluated all these various arguments and decided that pro-life was the fairest position and to be against abortion.
Thank you very much for that opening, Sanvi. We're going to kick it over to Nina, but want to let you know first, folks, if you're new here to Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, James. We are a neutral debate platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from, no matter what position you take tonight. If you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button as we have many more debates coming up. And with that, Nina, thanks very much for being with us. The floor is all yours.
Okay. I very much believe in freedom, and I feel like having the freedom to not have to be forced into having like to bringing a pregnancy to term is something that goes with being like an American. I'm not sure if you're an American, but I assume you are. But like I don't see why that shouldn't be a right provided to us. Like why take away the option of letting people choose what they do with their bodies? I know that you obviously mentioned the person and body autonomy argument, and I'm really excited to get into that with you because I do feel like those are strong, and you said that they're flawed, so I want to get into that, of course. But I don't really see what the problem is with letting people choose. I mean, it's why it's called like basically pro-choice, and like the pro-life means like pro making you do what I guess I want you to do for some reason. I don't know what your position is on this on like a moral, like religious level. I don't know if that's like your influence, but I would like to get into that if you are interested in talking or feel comfortable talking about that. But I don't feel like I've ever seen any logic behind banning like abortion. Like what about it is the thing that is harm for you? Just is it like a, obviously we're talking more of on a moral level, but I don't really understand what is the harm. It just seems like you're giving people choice on if they want to like bring in a life to this world instead of like being forced upon them. I don't think that being I don't think that a child's life is at all going to be like significantly improved by like having their parents like resent their existence, that they were forced to have them. They didn't want them. I don't think that that's something that is like going to like make the world a better place in any way. And I don't see how that's going to make that, like, kids are expensive. Like not everyone can afford them. Like that's insane to say that like you should just be forced to give birth and like have this. I think it's like over their like entire life of like a child, it's usually like in like the hundreds of thousands of dollars that it takes to be able to raise a child, and to force that on somebody seems cruel. It seems immoral. It seems horrible. So I absolutely disagree that taking away choices from people to force them to do something is at all anything close to moral. So with that, I would say that the option to have an abortion is absolutely a moral decision to have the option.
Thank you very much for that opening as well, Nina. And folks, I want to let you know, calling attention to the bottom right of the screen, we have memberships for this channel. If you haven't checked them out already, do check them out. In fact, we just tweaked them to add additional perks, including at the So Much Soy level. We'll have a monthly 30-minute live stream. Check it out right now. With that, we're going to jump into the open dialogue. Thanks, Nina and Sanvi. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, so to address a couple of your questions, Nina, I think that we could certainly maybe agree. Do you think that bodily autonomy is an absolute right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think this is when it kind of gets into other issues, like, do you believe a mother should be allowed to drink and do drugs during pregnancy to purposely cause the child to have a disability?
Do I think that they should be, sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, should the mother be legally allowed to drink and do drugs during pregnancy to cause the child to have a disability?
Legally, should they be able to drink while they're pregnant? Basically, that's what you're asking.
drink or do drugs to purposely cause a disability.
That's an interesting gray area. I am leaning towards, obviously it's not great, but I also am somebody who thinks that somebody who was like I assume, and they're not doing it like for funsies, right? They're doing it because they have
No,
like
they
some
would be
sort of
doing it to purposefully cause a disability, as I said.
Okay, so we're just doing like, does that happen, or are we just doing like hypotheticals?
I mean, it's a thought experiment.
Sure.
Certainly logical.
For funsies, if I was consistent with my ideology, I would probably lean towards like yes, because I don't think that somebody doing that would do it for like funsies. But I guess that's what you're trying to say, is that it is for funsies. Like, what's the point of that? That just kind of seems ridiculous to me.
If bodily autonomy is absolute, there should be no problem with somebody drinking or do drugs to purposefully harm the unborn.
Okay, sure. I mean, like, if we're gonna go with like a consistent ideology, sure.
Okay. Yeah. So I think this is the one problem I have with that view, is that a parent could intentionally inflict a disability on their child and have absolutely no repercussions if we take the view that bodily autonomy is absolute. But do you have any restrictions for abortion, though?
Well, yeah, of course, like viability. I mean, like I absolutely support like the idea of like when we talk about like viability, like I don't think that anyone. I think it's a little extreme. Like I don't know if what your position is on this, like as like a just like in general, but like I don't know if you would think that people just do that like for fun. Like, are we just doing like thought experiments here, or are we talking about real life? Because I mean, we could do either, but I'm just saying I think it's gonna be a little silly if we focused on. Sorry.
Do what? You said you don't think. I don't think people do what?
Oh, like I don't think that you actually believe that people would do that just like for fun, because like
I do believe that. Well, what I mean to get out with that experiment is that I
Okay.
do believe that people should have the right to be protected from having a disability inflicted on them.
Okay, that's not what I asked. I'm just like, do you really think that people just like do that for fun? Like, do you really think that like that's like? I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of people that, of course, they do drink or take drugs or whatever, while they're pregnant, but it's not because they're just doing it for fun. They're doing it because they probably have an addiction. So it doesn't seem like jailing them for that is going to help them, right? Would you
Yeah, I
agree
wasn't
with
talking
that?
about addiction. In the experiment that I proposed, they would be doing it to intentionally cause a disability.
Okay, so you're just saying something that doesn't happen.
It's certainly possible, first of all, and secondly, like I'm pretty sure parents have done this in order to get money.
Do you
'cause,
have
for example,
any examples of
yeah,
that?
hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, but just before we even get into that, I will point out that that is not relevant to the conversation at all. Like, you should be able to answer a completely logically possible thought experiment, even if it hasn't happened yet. As long as we understand that it can happen under this type of view and legislation, we should be able to address it. But
Sure, and I answered your question. I don't think I was avoiding that. I just think it's like I don't really want to
yeah, I know.
waste the time just
I know.
like
I
doing a bunch of
accepted your
these. I wanted to
answer.
ask you that. So
Yeah.
Can you give me your source of when that's happened? Like,
Yeah. While I put it in the chat, if you had
Sure.
any other things to address, you can ask.
Okay, I guess like why do you think that's an important argument? Like I don't see how that like okay, so you said in your opening that like you've gone through the bodily autonomy argument. So maybe that might be a more constructive way of going about this. Can I maybe ask you, what about the bodily autonomy argument outside of like these weird hypotheticals that you're talking about? Like what part of the bodily autonomy argument do you not agree with? Do you not think that it is immoral to force somebody who does not want to have a child to have a child? Like by the government? The government is oh. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, you're frozen on the camera.
Yeah, I hear you, Emma.
Oh, okay. Just want to make sure. your camera froze a little bit. Why do you think that that is moral to force somebody to basically do something with their body that they don't want to be forced to? Like, it doesn't really seem like that makes any sense morally to me.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So clearly, I think the other option, if we don't force somebody, as you say, to do this thing with their body, the other option is to kill somebody. And when we look at examples like this outside of the womb, like if the only option is to take care of a child for a certain amount of time, take care of your child for a certain amount of time, or kill them or let them die, clearly the most moral option would be to take care of them. So like if a mother gave birth at home alone and nobody was able to get to her for like a month or two, I would say, yeah, you can't just let the child die. You have to take care of them. You have to use your body to take care of them. The same goes for in utero.
That seems like a very false equivalency. Because it's
What's
already...
false?
Well, because
breaker?
we're talking about viability here. Like, when we're talking about, like, using your body, like, it's not viable to exist outside of your body, right? Because obviously we
Okay, so
we
it's not
agreed
about
on, like...
using your body.
Sorry?
Okay, so it's not about you having to use your bodily resources to support another person. It's rather about can they survive outside the womb? That's what gives them
Yeah, can
moral
they survive
consideration.
without you? Like, basically, like, physically.
Yeah, okay. When you say can they survive without you, that's a little bit different from can they survive outside of the womb. Those are two different claims.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's just semantics, but you understand what I'm saying, right? I'm like saying, like, okay, so if, for example, if, like with what you said, with like a newborn baby or whatever, like that can exist and survive without, like, you know, you can obviously, a lot of people do like surrogacies or whatever, where then they immediately basically take the child and then they're able to feed them formula. Like they don't need the body of somebody else. Where like if we're talking about like a fetus, right? Like if you take it out, it's gonna just like I don't think we don't have the science yet, maybe in the future, but like we don't have the science necessarily, like we're just can, like, you know, survive. It's not, to me, like even like a person, because it's just kind of like a I guess you could say kind of like parasite on obviously I'm being a little flippant with that word, of course, but where it cannot survive without you, right? Like without your body.
Can a newborn, in the case that I presented.
No, absolutely, a newborn can survive without you.
Not in the case that I presented.
Yeah, because you're just doing a specific, like, weird hypothetical that doesn't. You're not engaging with what the conversation is.
No, I am engaging.
Okay.
And because I'm engaging, I recognize that around the world people don't have the means to give up their children, that they may very well be the only caretaker for days or months. And I think to not recognize that is just to be ignorant to the rest of the world and how they live. Like plenty of people have to be the ones to take care of their children. And I think in those cases, it's most moral to take care of the children rather than to let them die or kill them.
Okay, but you sure, whatever. I don't think that's that interesting, because you're just kind of saying a very like specific, like, because when we're having these conversations, we should be talking about like the general, like, do you think that abortion should be banned for like those people? Like, if we're talking about morally right, like, I don't think that you can fairly use just a very specifically like situation to apply to like the entire United States population. Do you think that's the case for most people in the United States?
I think what the point of thought experiments and hypotheticals is we take your logic and we apply it to another case. And when we apply it to another case, if it
yeah, but you could do
doesn't
that with
hold,
anything, and that doesn't really. It's
well, right,
weak
and
arguing. It doesn't do anything.
That's the point. That's why we should always aim to be consistent, because we can do that with anything. That's why we should always aim to be consistent. Either one, it leads to an unintuitive conclusion that you wouldn't agree as moral, or B, we change the logic of what dependency actually means. So which is the symmetry
dependency
with the hypothetical I presented? Yeah, like you said, they can't survive without the mother. So I gave an example where baby couldn't survive without the mother. What's the difference in pregnancy to you?
So you're comparing a little. So wouldn't that just apply to anybody? Like if it's any human being, it doesn't have to be the mother, right? Like it just could be like any human being, right?
I gave you an example where the mother would be the only possible caretaker for an intermittent period of time, as to make it analogous to pregnancy.
Okay, but that doesn't track though. You understand that, right? Because if you're gonna say
it definitely tracks.
Okay, but that's not, if you're talking about a actual like baby out of the womb, like there is multiple different people that could take care of that child. I understand in your situation there isn't, but that's just like that doesn't really track in being like very similar to being like there's only one person that could take, like, we're not seahorses, you know, like
Right, that's what I'm saying as well. There's only one person being the mother.
Okay, but that just doesn't really, I don't know why we're not seeing that. You don't understand how that just seems like such a false equivalency?
No, I don't, because you said that the morally relevant distinction was another example with dependency on resources.
Okay, so that would apply to, like, basically anybody? Like, that's not how, like, it works, like, when it comes to, like, like, do you think
Okay,
having a baby
maybe
is
this example, maybe this example would help more. Like, are you familiar with what twins are?
You're lagging a little bit there. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, are you familiar with what conjoined twins are?
Conjoined, yeah. Generally, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not an expert on science, but yeah.
Yeah, so in a case where we have conjoined twins, do you think we have a dominant and a dependent, like one is more dependent on the other than vice versa? Do you think it would be moral for one to stab the other rather than wait a couple months for a surgery that could safely remove them both?
You said that one is, like, more dominant than the other? I don't, again, I'm not familiar with the
Yeah,
science behind that, so.
One is dependent on the other, but the other is dependent on.
I think you might have cut out there. Sorry. You're lagging a little bit.
I think she said if one is dependent on the other, yes.
One is
Yeah,
dependent
if
on
one
the other.
is dependent on the other, but not vice versa. The other isn't dependent on them.
Okay, that's an interesting. So your question is that there's ability to separate them?
Right, like they have to wait a couple months to get the surgery to safely separate them. Is it moral for one to stab the other in the meantime if they didn't want to wait?
I think that you should have the option to, I guess, assuming that that would make sense. I just would assume that that would make you probably also die. I don't know. I think you should be able to have it removed, I guess. Like, are we talking about, like full-grown, like, human beings? Or are we talking about, like people
I
who
don't
have
know why
had,
the
like,
age
a
would matter.
life?
They probably teenagers.
Oh,
Okay,
they're,
so
yeah, they're like
now we're shifting to a person.
Yeah, if they're, like, adults and, like, or not adults, but, like, you know, like, people, then yeah, probably not.
But you do realize, like, this is special pleading from the bodily autonomy argument, because if bodily autonomy is absolute and true, it shouldn't matter if they're persons or not.
What? I mean, like, it does matter in a sense if we're talking about the morality aspect. I don't know the science with that, so it's really hard for me to say. Like, if they could
Okay, so
survive on their
let's
own,
address.
then, like, okay, that's kind of, that seems like that would be
Okay, let's address the
psychotic to
personhood
do if
argument.
they're just going to get able to be separated at some point. Sure,
Is
that
it
seems a little
moral?
odd, but for you to do that, and that
Is
probably
that the
would.
moral thing to do?
Is it a no? But I think having the because we're not talking about what one being moral or the other. It's more of having the choice is moral.
Yeah, we are. We're talking about, is abortion morally permissible? That's the proposition, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's the choice. It's not. It's having the choice.
So is
that
it
we're talking about.
morally permissible for one twin to stab the other in the case that I gave you?
I'm not quite sure about the science in that one. I would probably lean towards no, but if you're saying that they had the option to, if they didn't have the option to separate,
For a few months,
I could maybe consider that. But that's a very interesting question. Don't think I can give you a great answer right now, if I'm being honest.
Yes. Okay, that's fine. I want to address the personhood aspect of it, because I'm curious what a person is to you, and if it's around a person.
I think personhood is a very complicated topic, and I know that's not, like, the most fun response, but I'll go into a little bit farther here. My opinion on it. I do think that personhood generally starts at birth. Just because that's kind of when you get rights, and I like to look at it in, like, a legal way, because, like, it's that you don't, like, get citizenship when you're, like, in the womb, you know what I mean? Like, you get it when you're born, you get a birth certificate when you're born, like, you get all of that that's when I would say personhood, when it comes in a legal sense, is the case. What do you think? What's your opinion on that?
Well, okay, when I say personhood, I just mean that you are of moral status or consideration, that you have rights, if you will. Like
Right.
the right to life.
So legal rights. Yeah.
Or even morally.
What does that mean?
Like morally it'd be wrong to end your life.
Can you elaborate on what that would?
Yeah, like at what point would it be morally
You're just
wrong
asking me
to...
the question. I'm just saying, like, okay, but well, let me ask you, I guess. Can you answer that question and maybe I can bounce off of that?
Yeah. I believe sexualization of conception.
Reroll button. Sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I believe protection at fertilization or conception.
Okay, why?
Turning your camera off, Sanvi. We're losing your audio.
Yeah. I'm having a little struggle here.
Okay. Wait, is there any way, maybe it would be best, could I call in? I think that would be the best way to do it. Like just leave really quick and then call into this.
No. Actually, if you're saying call in and not use the camera, then yes.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying.
Okay. We can do that. We'll take a 2-minute intermission. I will send you the full invite with the call-in info. In the meantime, folks, while Sanvi switches over, want to mention just a couple of things. First, if you didn't know, we absolutely are available on every podcast app, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, you name it. And all of those podcasts, or I should say all of our debates, end up on the podcast within 24 hours of the debate being live. So I highly encourage you folks, if you haven't already, pull out your favorite podcast app right now. I'm going to remove you right now, Sanvi, and then I'll email you the info. Sayonara. All right. So if you folks have not yet checked it out, check out Modern Day Debate at your favorite podcast. I'm going to email this over to Sanvi. I want to remind you as well, both of our guests are linked in the description. So if you'd like to hear more from our guests, whether it be Nina or Sanvi, you certainly can. And click their links in the description box right now. You can check out their channels. Relays right now, I just actually have to update. But I'm emailing that over to Sanvi right now in the live chat. Let us know how you're doing. Glad to have you with us. Thanks for all of your support. And let me know in the live chat how you're doing. We hope to hear from you. Say hello. In addition, folks, if you've been enjoying this debate so far, which if you are still here this whole time, I mean, you apparently have been, hit that like button. We do appreciate that support. Sanvi's Wi-Fi is out, so that's why we're going through this quick transition. So
You get that hard line.
I emailed it. Okay. Want to say thanks so much for being with us, folks. I'm checking in on that live chat. Thanks for your support. Appreciate it. I just saw all those likes go up as well. That means a lot. And last but not least, oh, I just realized the screen is all kerfuffled. 2 seconds here. My dear friends, want to say this. If you enjoy debates like this, and you're like, hey, yeah, I get a kick out of this. I like these topics. I like debates. You probably have a friend who does too. A friend that you can call and talk to about the most controversial stuff. Where you know that they won't judge you, and you can bring up all sorts of like juicy stuff that you found in the dark corners of the internet. This is a great opportunity to click share this debate with them, as we at Modern Day Debate are striving to provide a fully neutral platform that's fair to everybody, whether you be pro-life, pro-choice, you name it. We're glad you're here. We do appreciate you guys getting the word out about modern day debate. We're not ashamed of the fact that we want to grow. We want to expand across YouTube, and we want to be YouTube's premier YouTube debate channel, where everybody gets their fair shot to make their case on a level playing field. So thanks for your support in sharing, as well as, let me just check to see if Sanvi's back. Oh yeah, the chat. Okay. In the live chat, thanks for being with us. Ivan Gonzalez says, love the modern day debate platform. Thanks so much. We really appreciate that, Ivan, seriously. As well as Good Life. Thanks for being with us, Good Life. I see you there. Leo Whitmer, thanks for being a member. And folks, as I don't know if I've talked about this actually. Recently, if you were on Twitter, Modern Day Debate is on Twitter. I can tell you that. And we're linked in the description box. We've had some juicy drama on Twitter as someone accused me of, what was it? They said that I allowed someone to share family photos in a debate, as well as an account that doxes people, which actually, ironically, in that debate, I actually said the person couldn't do those things. Now, by the way, they blurred out the faces. So it's like, I don't think the person had any malevolent purposes, and they didn't know that the account had doxed anybody. So that person was actually innocent, but nonetheless, they said, hey, just to be safe, like, let's not have those. And a gentleman on Twitter with a good sized following said, modern day debate allowed this, which is just like literally the exact opposite. So if you see us in a beef on Twitter, I can assure you we're just defending our good name. It's nothing personal. We hope you know that we love people from all groups, Christians, atheists, Muslims, you name it. We appreciate you. We just don't like the people that are nasty in any group at all, actually. Sanvi, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Let me just adjust OBS
Great.
and then we'll be off to the races again. We might have to, I think your audio is pretty good, actually. So I'll let you guys go from where you were, if you guys remember where you were in the discussion.
Okay, can they hear me on live too?
Yes, now they can. Go ahead.
Okay, solid. I mean, I think the question Nina asked last was, what was my position on when personhood begins?
Hold, give me 1 second. I hope that number is not.
One, it's not her number. It's just a number that Zoom assigns to it.
Okay,
and
I was
two,
a little
No, it's
worried.
not my number.
Okay, I was like, oh my god. I was about to have a heart attack for you. I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, I can hear you. You sound great. Yeah, what were we talking about again? The person, right? Okay, so if you remember better than I do, feel free to pick back up.
The last question you asked me was when I believe we should have personhood protections.
Mm-hmm.
And I said fertilization or conception.
So you think that should be considered a U.S. citizen at that point? Assuming they're in the United States, of course.
Right, I think that you should have personhood at that point. And legally, personhood means something different than legal recognition that you're a citizen. Personhood just means that's when you have moral status.
What does that mean?
And the way that I'm using it. Like, it would be wrong to use force against you.
Okay, just say it would be wrong to use force against you?
Right, like you have the right to life.
Why?
Why do I draw that line at conception?
Yeah.
Because that's when the human organism begins to exist.
Why?
Why is that when a human organism begins to exist?
Yeah. Why do you have that ideology?
Well, it's scientific, right? It's not really an ideology. I think it's just a fact that that's when you have a unique cell type. The cell is differentiated. It undergoes a different developmental pathway than the gametes. I mean, the human organism clearly begins to exist at the fertilization of the egg and the sperm.
Okay, so is cake batter a cake?
Is cake batter a cake?
Yeah.
No. The zygote is already the cake. A sperm and an egg.
Well, it doesn't
would be
seem
the
like
cake
it's done
batter here,
cooking,
and then
so
the
it
cake
doesn't.
is the zygote.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
The cake batter here would be the sperm and the egg, and the cake would be the zygote, which is the fertilized egg. But I think it's really interesting to deny the scientific fact that life begins at conception.
I don't think that that's a scientific fact. It's kind of more semantics. I feel like that's kind of where you're getting caught
No,
up here.
it absolutely is. The question I said, that's when a human organism begins to exist, and it's clearly scientifically true that that's at fertilization. At what point, otherwise, do you think a human organism begins to exist?
Well, that's what I said about viability. That's where my stance is. That's where I'm at. I'm saying like viability when you don't need to like if you don't have to have, let's say like my body, I guess. Like I would say that's probably when you'd hit that point where you are your own being. You're not a, um entity of somebody else. Like I would say that's probably where I would draw that line.
But clearly you'd consider conjoined twins humans, both of them, right?
That's a whole different situation. Let's stay focused here on what we're talking about with like
no, I am
kids
focused
and stuff
here.
like that.
So scientifically speaking, just because you're attached to a human being does not mean that you are not a human organism, a separate human organism.
Okay, but is that really like fair to say, or you're just being dishonest here?
No, there's absolutely no way I'm being dishonest. Like, do you have like a counter source to what I'm saying that like an embryo isn't a human organism?
No, because
I'd love to see that, because I don't think it's dishonest to just state the straight facts of the matter that an embryo is a human organism.
Well, so are your eyelashes. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm talking about like if they can exist outside of you. Like, do you think that it is fair for somebody to have to give up, like their body for something that potentially can be a human? Like, do you think that you shouldn't jerk off? Like, because like that's potentially
an embryo
human.
Or a fetus is, and yes, an embryo fetus is already human. Like, what species do you think they are if they're not human?
Well, I'm not talking about a species. I'm saying like, do you think that you shouldn't jerk off?
No, you said they have the potential to be a human, right? But I'm saying they already are. And if they are not currently one, then what species are they?
Well, that's not what the conversation is. We're talking about like, if we're talking about like jizz, is jizz or your eggs, I guess, like when you like have a period or whatever, like is that not like a potential, like it's part of your body, like, and
sperm and eggs are gametes. Gametes are not what organisms. Gametes don't have the same cell type as a zygote at conception scientifically.
What changes
the zygote is a totipotent cell.
And you're talking about morally. You're talking about morally. So what changes it? Because it kind of seems like I could.
No,
with your logic.
I'm giving you the facts of the matter. I'm not even talking about morally right now. Like you said that they're potentially human. You said that. Yeah, so I'm giving like the descriptive facts of the matter are that the zygote is different from the sperm and the egg individually.
Well, yeah, of course they're different. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying, like, morally, what is the difference between jerking off?
That an embryo? Do you think that an embryo is a human organism then?
I mean, what do you mean by organism? That's a very broad term.
No, it has a pretty specific meaning in biology.
Okay, well, can you define it then?
Yeah, I'd say an organism as having a structure and it belongs to a certain taxonomy and it's alive and biotic and, has the characteristics of life.
Characteristics of what?
Characteristics of life, like growth, reproduction, like things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, which obviously a zygote has, hence why we end up with differentiated cells and cell division. Like,
you kind of just described like anything. Like, that just doesn't really mean anything.
No, I'm asking if you disagree that a embryo is a human organism, and I think clearly the consensus is that it is. The question of morality is a little different, but I think I think we should agree on the facts.
Sure. I guess like the same way like a
so
skin
not
cell would be like a
potentially.
human organism or, like anything like that, right?
That's not correct because skin cells, gametes, all of these are somatic cells in biology. Somatic cells are different than organisms. They're parts of organs, not organisms.
Okay. Don't really see you kind of just were very vague in the first part, so we don't really see that the difference there is important.
Well, if we're going to get really specific into the biology, I
mean, I'm not a biologist. I don't think it really matters if we're talking about morality here, though. Like, let's be real. Like, I mean, I don't know if you are.
But I do think it's important that we agree on the facts because I do not think an embryo is anatomically, biologically, chemically comparable to a skin cell or a gamete.
Okay, sure.
And the reason behind that is the unique cell type and the unique capacities of the cell, right? Like after the single cell organism, if it undergoes its developmental pathway, it differentiates into different types of cells. That's why it's totipotent. Whereas that is not the case for our skin cells or our gametes.
Sure. Okay, so but then why is there like a moral separation there for you?
Yeah, so I would just say ultimately I believe in human rights when a human begins to exist, if that makes sense, because I think it leads to the least unintuitive conclusions.
It leads to the least unintuitive
Like I think if we
conclusion?
draw the line, if we draw the line anywhere else, we're going to end up being like conceding it's okay to kill people and harm people, and I don't think that's okay. So I think the best line to draw is conception. And another argument I would make there is that at conception or fertilization, it has the natural capacity to, like, it's a part of our species and it has a natural capacity for rationality, as our species does.
It has the natural capacity for rationality. Can you break that down for me? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so I think humans are characterized uniquely as a species of a rational kind. Like we have abilities for like reason and logical thinking that other species don't, and all members of our species share this capacity within their teleology and their biology. So that's why I believe that zygote at conception, being a member of our species, should have the same considerations that we give to everybody else.
Wait, so you think that like, hold on, I just want to like really, not to derail, but like you said that like humans have like rationality and that like sets us apart from...
They have the capacity for such, yeah.
Oh, why does that matter?
Well, I think that's the basis for why we have rights in general. Like rights are legal protections and moral protections that we have to people to prevent from the initiation of force. Well, if you ask why force is bad, the reason why force is bad is because we all have a telos, we all have some type of
What do you mean by
end
force?
as rational animals. Force is just like any type of physical aggression on someone.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, like murder, rape, whatever.
Right, I'm a little I feel like you're using a lot of like buzzwords, and I feel like I'm not really getting what your point is with this. Like, why do you think that that is a qualifier for being I don't know, I guess like you should have like a moral consideration for like, maybe I should ask, when you say moral, are we talking on like a religious basis? Because it's kind of sounding a little bit like that.
No, it doesn't at all. I didn't mention the word God.
Right, but I'm just that's why I'm asking.
I don't know where that came from, actually. Purely secular argument.
Well, because like I don't see what's the problem with the morality then. Like, if why do you think morally it is wrong to have an abortion?
I think my position, my logic, my principles lead to less bad outcomes than yours. Like, for example, under my view, we would never be allowed to cause another person to have a disability and not have consequences. But under your view, that's something that would be morally permissible.
Well, we'd also force, and under your view, I guess, I assume that you're like for like banning it, like just outright, or like, I guess maybe we should establish that. Where are you at on that one?
Sure, but that's different from the proposition, so I don't think it's relevant because it's different.
No, I think it absolutely is relevant. What world do you want to live in?
No, it's not.
Here?
Like, do you think hold on? Do you think cheating is morally permissible?
Well, I mean, depends what your definition. If cheating is like you're in an open relationship and you're just, okay with it.
That's not cheating. Come on.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about.
Well, that's what I'm trying to.
In a monogamous.
I think like lying and like betraying somebody's.
Agree not to cheat immoral.
I think betraying somebody's
trust. Betraying somebody's trust.
Right. Yeah, I would agree with you that that's probably immoral. It's a bad thing to do.
Okay, should that be banned?
that be banned? No, I don't think so.
Okay, perfect. So there is clearly a distinction between if something's morally permissible and if it should be banned.
Okay, well, that's why I'm asking your opinion
But to
on it.
answer your
I just want to
question, just for
understand
the
why.
sake of being good
I just
faith-
want to understand where you're coming from, so we can like have a more fruitful conversation.
Yeah, I
here.
do think it should be banned.
You do think it should
Yeah,
be banned?
I do.
Okay.
But it's not relevant to if the proposition of is something morally permissible or not.
Well, I think it is, because the reason why I think that like, as I said in my opening, I think that the having that banned, right, having abortion banned, I think is incredibly dangerous and immoral because of what the definition of an abortion is. Can cause a lot of harm with it being banned. It already has. Like for example, like especially in Texas. I mean, you live in Texas too, right? So like, I'm sure you've seen some of these stories where it's people who are they're not able. They have like their baby is dead, right? It's dead, but it's still inside them, and they're not able to get operated on to have it removed because that's considered an abortion. So I think that that's really important to talk about the morality.
I can certainly argue that we ought to use more precise language within the law, but this doesn't address what my position is at all, because at the very beginning I clearly said it's wrong to intentionally kill the unborn. How can you kill something that's already dead? Like, obviously, if they're already dead, you can remove them. That's why we have cremations and burials for dead people. We don't treat them the same as alive people.
Okay, so
why is viability the standard? And would you mind defining viability?
Well, viability, I don't know the exact direct definition. I could look it up, I guess. But I would define it as being able to exist on one's own. Like, obviously, I'm not saying, like, you're able to, like, live in the forest by yourself. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to say that. But I say, like, you are not dependent on the physical body of somebody else.
Yeah, so how long does something have to be viable to be a person to you?
Well, viability, so as soon as it generally is viable.
How long?
Well, what do you mean, how long? It just, as soon as it hits viability. If it
Like, how long does something have to be viable? Like, a minute?
This second, I don't know,
seconds,
sure.
Hours? A second? So a zygote in a petri dish is a person since it's alive for a second?
What? No, because then, what are you talking about?
Okay, so then how long does it have to be alive in order to be, long does it have to be viable in order to be a person?
Okay, I think I might not be understanding your question. How long does it have to be viable? You're saying, okay,
Right,
so yours is a zygote in a petri dish.
Right, because you said 1 second. Clearly zygotes are alive for more than 1 second.
Well, they're
without
obviously
human
not
intervention,
viable
correct?
at that point. That's you're like completely ignoring what I mean by that.
No, that's not correct. That's not correct. They can be viable for hours and hours and hours in a petri dish without intervention. But with that being said, if they only have to be viable for 1 second in order to be a person, that's your view, or are you going to have a
I think
different
that you're
standard?
being very bad faith with this. I don't think that you are at all understanding what I'm saying when I talk about viability. Like, it just seems like you're just trying to do like the gotcha thing, and it's just like, I don't really give a fuck about doing that. So if you want to actually have like a legitimate conversation about this, like, you obviously know that's not what I'm saying. When I talk about viability, I'm sure I'm not assuming. I'm just telling you how I feel. So you can absolutely correct that if I'm wrong. But I'm just saying I don't think that that is a good argument, because obviously what I'm talking about is like, if we're talking about humans, person, whatever, I'm talking about viability. Like, if you like are able to like exist outside of somebody else's body, like if you're talking about like, yeah, you can take out like a thing and put it in a petri dish, sure, but like that's not body. But you know that's not what I'm talking about. I don't know why I have to do like these cartwheels.
No,
here.
I do not know. That's not what you're talking about.
Okay, well,
right?
I'm trying to tell you that
I know
now.
we mentioned precision. We mentioned precision in the law a little bit ago, so I think it's important that we be precise when we say these things. That if viability, which is your position, was to be implemented, how would you define it? How long does something have to be viable to have personhood?
Well, I'm not saying like, okay, maybe my definition of viable just wasn't up to snuff for what you're trying to talk about, but I would go with the definition that they use in
if I'm wrong,
in Roe versus Wade, their definition. Okay, I don't have the exact wording. I can look it up if you're interested, but I'm sure that they did the work to do the legal jargon, okay? You do understand what they meant when they said viability when it came to Roe versus Wade, right?
Well, firstly, Roe v. Wade was a trimester framework, not a viability dependency. Like nothing what you're saying was included in the establishment of Roe. So that is a little bit different.
No, viability
but
was
you said
actually
viability
absolutely
was,
mentioned.
you said that
It's
viability. Roe v. Wade was a trimester framework, right? They used trimesters.
Yeah, based off of viability. That's what the trimesters are based off. They're
said
not just
that-
arbitrary like dates.
That is not what the trimesters are based off. I have no idea where you got that
Okay.
idea. The trimesters are not based off viability.
All right.
First, we have 0 to 13 weeks, and we have till 26 weeks, but then viability is 24. So clearly, that's not what viability is, not based off the trimesters, right? But Roe v. Wade, when it was established, that's what they were talking about. You said viability was dependency on somebody's body, and they can't live on their own. So I'm asking, how long must they live on their own for?
Well, my definition of viability is that they, I mean, like, are obviously like, we're talking about trimesters. It's to the point where they are not gonna just like die out of the womb type of thing. You know what I mean?
And what time is that? Like, what is that time period?
I'm not a scientist, don't know what that would be. What do you mean?
You don't need to be a scientist to establish a moral principle.
Well, I feel like I'm being very straightforward with this, and I think you're just purposely being obtuse. I'm talking about if a baby is to the point where it can survive outside the womb, or a fetus has grown into a child to survive outside the womb. That's where my standard's at here. Like,
How long must they survive for?
I have no idea how to answer that question. I don't even know what you're asking, really.
How long must this entity survive outside the womb for in order to be considered viable?
I don't know what you're asking. You're just saying the same question over and over again. I don't know what you're asking of me.
Okay, maybe I can try to rephrase it. Okay, so we say viability is when they have the ability to survive outside of this womb, right? And now that they're outside of the womb, how long do they gotta survive for in order to be considered a person? Is it 1 second, a minute, an hour, a day? How long is that period that you must be viable for in order to be a person?
I have no idea the science, so I don't know what you're asking of me. It just seems like you're trying to do some semantics thing. Like, you understand what I'm saying though, right? You understand what I'm saying though, right? Like, maybe I'm not phrasing my words well
that's why I'm
enough,
asking for
but
clarification.
I'm saying, like, okay, sure. But like, if we're talking about, like, obviously what I'm talking about is if somebody is like, I don't know, like 9 months pregnant and they're like, obviously if like they died or something, the baby could survive outside of their, like, they could like cut out basically. And they could still survive, you know, they would be able to exist without like the body of the mother here. Like, I think that
right.
is obviously what I'm referring to.
Question.
Go ahead.
That's why I kind of asked the question as to how long, because like say a mother does give birth at home alone, and the baby is in like severe medical trouble for some reason, and she's the only one that can take them to the hospital on time, and she knows this. I would argue that you do have an obligation to, you know, get help for the child. But if bodily autonomy is truly absolute, I think you have to take the view that you can let them die.
I don't see how that has anything to do with your body.
And this is why I kind of
it's already not a part of it anymore.
How long do you have to be viable for?
Well, you're just trying to make the argument that like
kind of...
you have to like feed your kids. Like, yeah, I think that if you're going to be a parent, you should probably be a good parent. Like, that's not bodily autonomy though. That has nothing to do with that. That's like you're kind of on like a complete like left field type of thing here, where that's not what we're talking about. Like, you understand that, right?
Define bodily autonomy really quick, because my understanding was bodily autonomy is just the expense of your bodily resources. If you have a different definition, I'd like to hear it. But
I don't think that does not apply. What does that mean? I mean, like, if you're just gonna do like a really vague like definitions are definitions here. We know that. Honest, like, if we're trying to talk about like,
yeah, you can pose a different one that you'd like to use.
No, I don't think that's unfair. Like if you just want to like extrapolate that into like making it seem that means that you have to like, what is your like? That's like, then that means nothing, right? If you're gonna make it that like wide of a definition, then it means like basically nothing. Like with your argument being right that basically like, you have to use your bodily resources to like take care of the child or whatever. So that's where you're at, right? You're thinking that like because you like have to like pick them up or like feed them or whatever. Is that where you're at when it comes to that?
Yeah, because my understanding is bodily autonomy. You have autonomy over your body even when you're not pregnant. So if it was truly absolute, I don't see why a logical conclusion wouldn't be infanticide.
What? That was a little bit of a stretch there.
My
And that you
understanding
should just
is
be
that
able to like kill
my
your baby
understanding is
whenever.
that's the
Only
pro-choice view, not
only
mine.
cis think in absolutes. That's not that is absolutely not what we're trying to say here. That's a little again, why I feel like you're being bad faith. You know that's not what I'm saying.
I'm not being bad faith. I have no intent to be deceitful. What I'm trying to do is take this
Well,
logic.
that's not
So
what
like
bad
when
faith
you say
is.
bodily autonomy, what do you mean? What is yes, bad faith, look it up. Bad faith means intent to deceive. People misuse the term in debates all the time and it bothers the crap out of me because bad faith isn't when asked specific questions, it has a meaning, right? But whenever we talk about like, oh, this baby has to be viable for a certain amount of time, that's why I was asking you. And that's why I asked you the definition of bodily autonomy.
Because
So what is your definition of bodily autonomy?
I would say I would agree with the way that you defined it exactly. Where it's using your bodily resource, like your bodily resources. With this, well, if we're talking about like in a general sense, I would say bodily autonomy is having, creating like there's an argument to even say like if we talk about bodily autonomy that like the military, for example, is something that is a little bit of a breach of your bodily autonomy. It's being able to control what you do with your resources, right? That's like the definition that you use, of course, right? And sure, we can have that conversation. Like that's totally fair to have that. But I don't think it's a inconsistency to say like, okay, well, once this baby is out of your body, like that you don't have to necessarily like take care of it, like, because obviously we give babies up for adoptions and surrogacy and all of that.
Earlier in this debate, you said bodily autonomy. Earlier in this debate, you said bodily autonomy was absolute. Do you still hold that position, or do you want to retract that, reform that, or do you still think bodily autonomy is absolute?
What do you mean by that? Like the vodka or what?
Well, earlier in the debate, you said that bodily autonomy was absolute. So I'm just curious if you still believe that before I go on.
Well, I feel like we need to be very specific with the terms that you're using. I notice you keep doing this. So what do you mean by the absolute then? Maybe I misunderstood what you said.
Yeah, is the choice of whether or how to expend your bodily resources an absolute choice or not?
So when you say expend bodily resources, do you mean like going to work? Like, because obviously you're spending your bodily resources at that point.
I mean, that is one example. Anything like breathing expends a bodily resource, your blood flowing is a bodily resource. Like there's a lot of different bodily resources.
Okay.
Did you have the choice is that choice to expend them how you please? Is that choice absolute, or do you believe there are restrictions to that? Because earlier you said it was absolute, so I was just curious if you still
So like,
hold that
for
stance.
example, the way that you would say that would be like, the way you would look at absolute would be like, okay, so do you think I should be able to murder somebody? Like, just like for no reason, like some, like I don't know, my brother or something. Like, do you think, would that be like the argument that you're trying to say would be considered absolute?
I was not going to go in that direction, no, but I guess that would be one example as well, yeah.
Oh, well then of course I wouldn't agree with that, if that's how you would define it.
Yeah, well, I was going to sort of take that a different direction. Like, if a mother, like, do you agree that breathing and moving and your blood flowing and your brain working are all bodily resources, correct?
Sure.
Right. So say a mother did give birth at home alone and now her baby is bleeding out. Should she have to use her bodily resources to call 911, or can she let baby die?
So you just say like like we should be like a piece of shit for doing that? Because again, like you seem to be very wanting to shy away from the legal aspect of it, which is the part that I find more
Sure. I mean,
reasonable.
if you want to address the legal, should the mother be legally required to call 911 or face charges, or should she be allowed to let the child die with no consequences?
Well, legally, you don't have to do that. I don't think when it comes to like.
Legally, you don't have to call somebody if you're.
No, if your neighbor's getting
newborn baby
murdered, you
is-
don't have to. You absolutely do not have to call. It just
That's
depends
not what I
if
said. I
they're.
said you're a newborn. That's not what
Yeah,
I said.
but they're
I
not.
said you're a
They're not
newborn
like
baby
given
is-
a like birth certificate or something. So I do wonder how that works. That's an interesting question. On a legal
yeah, not all,
standard.
some people get their birth certificates. Some people get their birth certificates 6 weeks after they're actually born. Birth certificates do not determine moral status or personhood. That was another
Well, no,
thing you said. I
it
found
does
that very weird.
legally
Like, a lot of
make
people
if you're a citizen.
don't
though.
have birth certificates. We protect non-citizens, firstly, and second of all, just because you're not a citizen doesn't mean you don't have moral status.
Okay, but that's what this moral status. It seems very interesting to me that you keep saying that. Like, it just seems like something you made up. Like,
Right.
what is moral status then? Like, do you
Well, I
think anyone
appreciate
can
you
lose
trying
it?
to credit me with that. This has been talked about
Sure.
for hundreds and
Oh,
hundreds.
sure.
And
I
hundreds
don't doubt
of
it does.
philosophy, like
Yeah.
back to like Aristotle days. But I'll take the credit for inventing the term moral status, I guess. But
Yeah, I mean, philosophy is about
when
a
does
conversation, right? It's not something that is like there's a right answer. It's to have the conversation. So I'm trying to have the conversation with you. Like, what do you think is moral status? Like, again, like it seems you a little bit resistant to answering that question.
Yeah, I think we kind of addressed this. Is moral status is when it would be wrong to use force against you. And when you asked me what force was, I also defined that.
Do you think? Okay, so like let's look.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, that's fair. Do you think that it would be immoral if somebody is suffering to kill them?
Absolutely, yeah. You shouldn't be able to kill them without their consent. And what threshold of suffering is sufficient to kill somebody?
Well, I mean, if you don't. Oh, sorry, give me 1 second. Ben, you're being rude.
Like, should we go around like stabbing depressed people because
No. I'm
they're
talking
clearly
about
suffering, or
like
stabbing
you're on the battlefield, right? Like you get like your best friend gets shot in the stomach. You know they're dead. There's no possible way of them surviving because you're like, I don't know, like.
So you should
in
shoot
a
them in
war.
the head again, just for good measure, to make sure they're dead.
Right, to make sure that they're not suffering.
Is that
You
what
know
you're
they're gonna
arguing?
die. Like, do you think that like that would not be?
So we're all gonna die at some point. Just does that mean it's okay to kill people prematurely that are suffering? No.
Okay. Then.
And what threshold of suffering is
That's
it okay
interesting.
to
You would
kill
rather
somebody?
them just sit
Where
there
does
and
that come
suffer and like bleed out and like have their guts out and watch them.
Any person that would shoot them in the head for good measure would be insane to me. But to get
Really?
back on point,
Why do you think that's
threshold of
insane? No.
suffering
This is important.
enough?
Why do you think that's insane?
Because you're killing them without their consent. It's an initiation of
It's
force.
a
like I
mercy
mentioned
killing.
earlier.
It's because
what threshold?
So you think that they
of
should be
suffering even
forced
have to kill
to
somebody?
live? Okay, so are you against the idea of like assisted suicide?
Assisted suicide is consensual. Euthanasia is consensual, so I'm not necessarily against that.
Okay. Are you against pulling the plug on somebody who is like brain dead?
Brain dead? No, I'm not against that.
Why? What's the difference between the one of putting them out of
Because
their
brain
suffering?
Well, first of all, brain dead people don't suffer because they're dead. But second of all, brain death is defined as the irreversible cessation of brain function, so they have no capacity in the future. So even if we did everything possible, we helped in any way we could, they would not have any more capacities. Whereas the same is not true for an embryo or zygote.
Well, no, that absolutely would be true in the situation I'm talking about earlier about like somebody like who is slowly bleeding out, but they're like, like they're like entrails are out, they're holding them with their hands, like they're fucking in what's that movie? Saving Private Ryan. They're crying for their mother. They're just like, you don't think that it would be okay to
shoot them? No.
Why?
Maybe if Maybe if when they were in a correct state of mind, if they had previously consented to it, that would be different. But in the moment killing of somebody that never knew you were going to do that is absolutely an initiation of force. And
So you believe that they should have to just suffer?
I keep asking this question. I don't think I'm getting an answer.
Okay.
What threshold of suffering is enough to kill somebody?
Well, I assume if it's very clear that they're going to die.
Well, we're all going to die. How long must they be going to die for you can kill them?
Well, okay. Can you stop doing this? Like, you know what I'm talking about. We're talking about being on like a battlefield. You know that their wounds are grievous enough that you know that they're going to die.
How close does somebody have to be to death for you to kill them? That's a very fair question.
How does one measure how close you are to death? That's an insane question to ask. I have no idea what the metric would be.
Your standard.
Like, what are we doing? Like math calculations here?
Maybe that's why that shouldn't be your standard. Maybe that's why that's a bad way to base off our moral principles.
Why? You think we're running the numbers here? No, seems like your understanding is arbitrary. If we're running on the numbers, if you've been in war, for example, plenty of people have done this in war, where this person's going to die, and it's going to be a horrible death. Why is it not? Why do I need to have the how do you base off the science of do I need to do like a research page to make that morally acceptable?
Well, you're the one making the claim. You're the one saying this is okay in this case, so you should be the most well informed on the positions that you're explaining to me.
Well, it just seems like historically that happens quite often. Like I'm not the one
that doesn't make it okay. Historically, a lot of bad things.
Of course, I'm not saying that's why I think it's okay. I'm just saying they obviously. This happens, is my point of it being, it happens historically, because it does happen. I'm not just making up some random situation that
rape happens too.
Cool.
That doesn't mean it's okay.
You just, really?
Yeah, just because something happens, has historically happened.
You think that's what I'm saying?
Has no bearing on the moral relevance.
We're not talking about rape. We're talking about if somebody is suffering and you have the opportunity. Okay, so what if your dog got ran over and they're still technically alive, but they're done so. Do you think that it is morally okay to kill them?
Just to be clear, as I did establish earlier, I think humans are what I'm referring to when I say they have the right to life or the right to be free from the initiation of force.
I'm asking you that question, though.
People can... Yes, I think anybody should have the right to kill an animal for any reason. Eat them, whatever you want to do, you have the right to kill an animal. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I would disagree. I don't think my neighbor can shoot my dog for no reason.
Before we go further, just to bring it back to the crux of the topic tonight, before we go into the Q&A.
Sorry? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Before we go further with the killing dogs talk, it's probably good to return to the crux of the topic before we go into the Q&A in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's fair. But just to touch on that, the reason nobody can shoot your dog is because it's your property. I know, unless you think everybody should be vegan and not eat meat, but yeah.
Again, you think you just shoot random dogs, even if they're not owned by anyone? That's insane.
Once again,
that is not
I know.
They are people's property.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think you should shoot people's. I don't think you should shoot people's.
So
iPhones.
we have to go back to the main topic.
She loves shooting dogs, dude.
Still talking. Let's go back to the main topic, and then in a couple of minutes, 4 minutes maybe, we'll go to Q&A.
I think your moral compass is a little bit off in quite a few ways. I think that would you be okay with somebody having an abortion if it meant that they would, for example, if you're I don't know, 10 and you get pregnant, your body is not meant to have a child. There is a high chance you will die. It's way safer for you. Do you know that mortality or
maternal mortality rate?
Yes, are significantly higher giving birth than it is with an abortion?
Absolutely. Can you tell me what the maternal mortality rate is in the United States, please?
It's
Like in 2022?
35% safer on this one. Do you want the exact number of
What did
this
you
year?
say? Repeat that. 35 what?
Getting an abortion is 35, not percent, sorry, 35 times
That wasn't my question.
safer. Sure. What was your
What
question? I'm
what is
sorry.
the maternal mortality rate in the United States?
I think I have that in my study. Give me 1 second.
Maybe 2022 would be the closest year.
Right, but I don't think that like, there's necessarily that studies in them. I don't have it that. I can look it up though. Give me
Okay,
1
well,
second.
okay. Whenever you are able to find that, they do it out of 100,000, but it
Yeah, and
ends up
that's what
being
all
less
studies
than
do.
half of a. Not all, but it ends up being half of a percent. So I don't see why pro-choicers use something to justify the 99.5% of things that occur when I clearly stated that medical necessity is okay in the opening statement. But we must recognize that since you want to talk about reality, the statistics don't favor well for the pro-choice side here.
I don't think that any of that was true, but okay. Like that it's like I'm not doubting your
before we
data.
go on, I wanna
I'm
make
sorry.
sure-
I'm
no,
not
no,
doubting your data.
please
I'm
don't-
just
so are you
saying
saying that
I don't think that your argument.
That the CDC is wrong?
No. I literally
is
just
wrong?
said you are getting too hyped up right now because you think you got a gotcha. I said I'm not doubting your data. I misspoke, and don't think that your assessment of that is accurate about what you're trying to
I
say, like
simply
what
gave
we
a
don't use,
mathematical
what we don't
analysis.
use like stats or whatever. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, per 100,000 is actually like a very standard way of doing like any sort of like data like this. So I'm a little confused on why you mentioned that. Don't want to get lost in the weeds here.
Okay, so
I
that's why
just think that like
converted it to a
the
percentage.
morale. Okay, again, we're gonna move into the thing soon. So let's just stay focused here on the morality here. Okay, I think that again, it is morally wrong to bar people from having access to something like abortion. Right? Do you have an argument against that?
Yeah, I don't think you should have access to killing your children.
That's not an argument.
No, and are you going to make a disagreement? That is why I'm against it. But if you want further explanation, like
I
what
would love
part do you want
that.
me to explain?
Absolutely.
Yeah, like I think all humans deserve the same human right to life. I think that the prenatal are no different, and you shouldn't have the right to, as you might agree, cause them to have a disability. You shouldn't have the right to.
Why?
Why you shouldn't be able to cause people to have disabilities?
No, why? We're not talking about purpose. No, you're focusing on that. I'm asking in general, why? Why
That's
should
what
people
I
not
said,
have
though,
the
and then
choice?
you said why.
No, but why? Well, we're not talking about. Okay, an abortion is not causing a disability for your child. That is ridiculous that you would even make that comparison.
Earlier in
What
the
we're talking
debate,
about?
it's
No.
causing
We're
something
comparing.
worse.
I need to
It's
keep you on
causing
track. I need to
death,
keep you on track. Okay, just really quick. I know we're kind of like coming to the end here, so I need to ask you this to keep you on track. Like, why do you think having the freedom to be able to have an abortion is a bad thing?
Yeah, because I think this freedom is at the expense of other people's right to life, and people's rights end where other people's rights begin, and nobody should be allowed to kill other people and infringe on their right to life in the name of freedom. The same way we're not allowed to commit infanticide, same way we're not allowed to murder people, the same logic should extend to the unborn and the prenatal.
I'll give you a chance to respond if you'd like to give a quick wrap-up sentence or two as well. Otherwise, we're going to go into the Q&A.
My guess is this is on a religious basis. I don't really feel like there's anything that really seems to prove that. Like, do you really think that?
I don't argue this religiously. Abortion is wrong secularly. I've
I
always
don't see
defended
why.
that
I don't think
position.
you've made a good argument for that. But that's fine if you
I
have
think
that
that
opinion.
what you're doing is just committing a straw man. I stated multiple
I'm
times
not
that I wasn't taking a religious position, and you
Mhm.
continue to reinforce that idea that
I've
I
said
was.
it like twice.
So this just
sure.
seems like when we're actually talking about disingenuous, that seems disingenuous to accuse me of something I
That's
directly
fair.
said I didn't do.
If you feel like that's disingenuous, you're absolutely entitled to your opinion. That's fair. But I don't really think that I understand your argument, and it just kind of just really feels like you're just doing feels over reals. So I don't really get why you think that it's bad. You just kind of are saying that it's bad because killing people are bad. But like, would you agree with the sentiment that like killing is a neutral act, right?
Maybe it's best if I phrase it this way to avoid any confusion or circularity. There is no morally relevant distinction between abortion and infanticide. Therefore, if infanticide is wrong, then abortion is also wrong. That's pretty syllogistic format that I will lay it out.
So you're doing it in like a legal basis or like a very doesn't matter.
No, I didn't.
Do you think that I mean you didn't answer my question. I know we need to move in, James. Give me just 1 second.
Go ahead.
But I just want you to. Do you think that killing is a morally neutral thing?
Killing? It can be good or bad.
Exactly.
Or neutral depending on the context.
Exactly. So it's morally the act itself is morally neutral.
So like self-defense is moral killing. Killing an ant, I would say, is neutral, right? Something like that. Clearly what we're talking about here is killing other human beings that aren't threatening your life. Always wrong? Absolutely.
Okay, but obviously there is science to say that they are threatening your life. Because as I showed you, it's 35 times
I just gave you
more
the statistics
dangerous.
on the maternal mortality rate. The CDC is not lying, right? It's 99.5% of pregnancies the mother does not die, according to the CDC.
Okay, but you also then are affirming the fact that if you're not pregnant and not forced to give birth, you have a lower likelihood of dying, correct?
So yeah, you would have a lower likelihood of dying the same way that if you have to get in your car and take your child to the hospital to save their life, driving might cause an accident. You're more likely to die driving than you are not. Still, you should not be able to kill your child just because of a minute risk.
Well, you shouldn't be forced to drive if you don't want to, right?
So should you be able to let that child die then? This is the example that I posed to you and you didn't answer.
No, it's not. We're talking about risk. Like, if you don't want to drive, you should not be forced to drive. Here, like you understand, like that's like kind of the metaphor.
But the question I'm asking earlier, if a mother gave birth at home alone and the only way to save the child's life was for her to drive to the hospital, I think it is most moral that she drives to the hospital.
Okay, that's fine. We can go ahead and move on.
Any last thoughts before we go into the Q&A?
No, I think we kind of covered it all.
With that, we're going to jump into the Q&A. I want to say thank you very much, folks, for all of your questions. We're going to try to move through these as fast as possible, but a couple of quick housekeeping type things. In particular, both of our guests are linked in the description. You can check out their links right now if you haven't already, and that's included at the podcast. So if you didn't know, Modern Day Debate does have a podcast. We're available on every podcast app, and you can find both Nina's and Sanvi's link there as well. Do check it out. And with that, we're going to start it off with, see, it's a little bit slow loading. Bear with me. This one coming in from, okay, we'll do one of the manual ones. Islam says, ask Nina, they say a zygote is metabolizing energy and has human DNA unique from either of its parents, 50-50 makeup. They say if she doesn't grant it's human, what is it, a cat or a cow?
I mean, it's more complicated ways that you can consider the things. Like, is a child an adult? I mean, obviously, we don't consider a child an adult. Like, it's a lot of semantics here. I feel like it's mostly that's kind of what I feel like I see a lot with these arguments. Is it just turns into kind of a semantics argument.
This one from Ren Hawk says, trolley question. If there were 50 fertilized eggs that you could save or one teenager, what would your choice be? I think this would be, usually this is directed at the pro-life person.
Yeah. No, this is a common pro-choice trolley argument. I don't think it really holds any weight. Like, for example, these are just arbitrary value preferences. Like, for example, would you rather save your mother or save 1,000 strangers that are fully adults? Like, I would personally save my mother, right? But is that saying that the other 1,000 strangers don't have rights? Like, no, that's clearly not what it's saying. I would save a baby over maybe a handful of elderly people. Does that mean elderly people don't have rights? No. So I don't think the trolley problem really holds any weight, if that makes sense. But I would save the embryos.
You got it. B. Smalley the third says Sanvi is for, let's say, they say any of this pissing up to Sanvi. I'm gonna delete it so fast. Contrarian 420 says, Nina, do
No,
you
okay.
advocate?
My Wi-Fi is so bad today, James, because it's storming where I'm at right now. Like, it's really bad. Like, in my other debates, it usually goes off without a hitch, but I didn't want to cancel or anything today, so I tried to make it work.
Oh no, they weren't making fun of you. They were doing their simping. But this one from B Smiley, the third says, this one from Contrarian 420 says, Nina, do you advocate strongly for bodily autonomy in relation to the jab? Let's see. I can give you a chance to answer this, but we just have to be really careful with TOS.
Right.
If they fight for people's choice on that too.
Okay, so my feelings of that is related to other people's bodily autonomy, where you don't get the right to be able to just like be like a fucking infectious time bomb on other people. So just suck it up and deal with it, like for like the right of like you're fucking everybody else's bodily autonomy in a way when you're talking about like just I don't want to live. I mean, this where comes more to like freedom. Sure, like you can have the bodily autonomy argument, but you know it's bad faith, right? But like you should not have the fucking right to make me like to like infect me because you just are an idiot. Like I don't see that as being a direct, like I don't think that that's inconsistent. I think that you're fucking my bodily autonomy by you not getting that shit because I don't want to die. Okay, so I don't want you to get me sick. You know, so I just think like, oh, what do you gotta do? Like one thing, like for it's like saying like, oh, what like I'm violating my bodily autonomy because I can't like murder you. Like, come on, you have to understand there's a difference between those things.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Richie Constitution says, at what point is abortion murder? I think they're saying for each of you, when is it wrong to do an abortion?
Again,
whenever.
I would go with the bodily autonomy. If it's like you're just doing it for like the lulz, like just because you're like, yeah, fuck this, I'm over it, like which never. I'm sure it's maybe happened once, but like I don't think that's like at all representative of when that happens. Where it's like you spent all of this time, like your ankles are swollen, your wrists hurt, like your back hurts. You've been suffering through being pregnant like for months, and like you're just gonna like be like, nah, JK. Like I don't think that happens at all. But if that was the case, where somebody's just like, you know what, it's been 9 months, this baby's basically right about to come out, and I'm like, oh, like I want to just like kill it. I think that's wrong.
This one from Ivan Gonzalez says, it is a false equivalency. In the womb, the mom is the only person that can sustain the baby. Once it's born, anyone can. Two different senses of dependence.
Yeah, so we can easily just modify situations to where the mother is the only possible caretaker within that area, and that's what I attempted to do to make it as analogous as possible and not a false equivalency. Same thing with the conjoined twins issue, almost perfectly analogous in that regard. But if the mother is the only person that can sustain the life of the child, like in the cases I mentioned with taking baby somewhere safe, or the only person in proximity to call somebody, I think the most moral thing to do is to do that and not let your child die or to kill them.
This one from Richie Constitution strikes again. So what is so magical about the V that makes a baby have rights after it passes through it? Or maybe you'd bite the bullet, Nina, if you're what's that position that I think Peter Sanger takes it? He's the Australian philosopher.
Peter Singer, yes. Peter Singer advocates for infanticide because he takes some type of consciousness.
I'm not saying that's your position, Nina. I'm saying that they're saying if a baby passes through the vagina, that what's magical about it? Or would you say that like I think Peter Sanger says the first like 30 days it's morally acceptable if you were to kill the baby. I'm not saying that's your position. I'm just saying that I think that's what they're trying to drive home.
Gotcha. I've not heard that argument. I'd be interested to, honestly. Doesn't seem like that makes a lot of sense to me on the face, but obviously arguments are not just their face. I don't think that I more like go with the idea of like first breath type of thing, like kind of like like how like Jewish law is generally, where it's like life begins at first breath, where it's just like the first, like now you're like part of the world, you're not part of just like again, like I don't want to sound like crass or whatever, but like you're not like a parasite anymore. Like, and again, my standard is not necessarily about getting birth, it's about viability. So if like for example somebody's mother dies and they are able to be cut out, like that's like a viable, like they don't need that person to be alive anymore, where it's that you can exist outside of the womb of the mother, and that's where I list the standard of being, you are your own person if you don't need to physically be attached to this person.
Richie Constitution says, if viability is not the same as when life begins, where is it? Well, you actually kind of answered this, or well, depending on, say, what is, no, we got that. Sorry, I was reading the same question. That's embarrassing. Okay, Silent Zero says, if they have no rights, how come someone can be accused of double murder if it kills a pregnant woman?
Not sure who that's referring to. Maybe me?
I think they're saying like if the whatever it is in the what's it called? Not what's the formal word for womb?
Uterus.
Thank you. If it whatever it is that's in the uterus, if it has no rights, they're saying how come some people can be charged with double murder? Like let's say if a drunk driver hits a pregnant woman, they're saying like Nina, is this right that they're charged with double murder, or maybe it's double, I don't know what's the when it's not
Homicide,
murder,
maybe.
it's manslaughter is like where it's accidentally. They say like if a drunk driver hits a pregnant woman and both the pregnant woman and the whatever's inside the uterus die, they're saying like, is it wrong to charge the drunk with double manslaughter?
Well, I assume
I
that
think
might,
that's what
yeah, that might be more of like a choice thing. It's not like it's them doing it, it's somebody else doing it that they probably wanted to have that kid. Maybe that's where that lies in. But I would be interested in like the logistics in that. But I would imagine it comes down to like like somebody taking your fetus that you're interested in like maintaining, like is different than you being like, I don't want to have this, child. I'm not interested in doing this. This is gonna, it might be like hazardous to my health, whatever. Like, maybe it's like I was assaulted. Like that's more of a difference between like choice. But it's an interesting question, to be honest. I would like to know about the logistical sense of that. I think that's an interesting question.
This one from Anarcho Clown Archist 17 says Sanvi's idea of morals are questionable. Oh, Sanvi. Since these anti-abortion laws would have a victim raise a predator's child, has also killed many adult women. I think that's for you, Sanvi.
Yeah, well, first of all, I already gave the statistics on the amount of people that die relatively. So second of all, I would say just because anti-abortion laws would do something, I do support very specific, precise language within law. That's why I studied law, because I do think there needs to be reform in both aspects. However, that is not a justification for keeping the murder of the prenatal something that is legally allowed. And to the second part of that question, like, it's harmed many adult women, or it's killed many adult women. It's killed far more young children. But that's my answer to that.
You got it. Thanks, Sid, for your question. We'll get to it. We're on our way. Richie Constitution says, ugh, Sydney, will you marry me? Okay. Della Luna says, Sanvi, how long does a person have to be in a coma before you pull the plug? Are they a viable human, or is it murder?
Well, first of all, I would argue that if they are in a comatose state, you are still a person, right? Like people that undergo general anesthesia, some studies have shown that they can completely lose consciousness. That doesn't mean they're not a person. I don't think losing consciousness means that you're not a person. Now, what they're probably trying to say is at a certain point, when you go into a vegetative state, you do start to slowly deteriorate your brain function if it's for long enough. So if we get to the point of irreversible cessation of brain function and the organism starts to deteriorate, yeah, that's defined as death. And then we could pull the plug. Prior to death, I don't think you can kill somebody, right? So that's my answer to that.
You got it. This one coming in from Robin Page says, for the pro-life side, ectopic pregnancy is one case where abortion is the only way to save the mother's life. Do we just let the mother die then?
No, okay, I'm so, like, why is there so much misinformation surrounding ectopic pregnancies? A lot of people don't know this, but there are certainly medically necessary procedures, but an ectopic pregnancy removal isn't even considered an abortion. You can go on Planned Parenthood's website, it's called a salpingectomy or salpingotomy. That is because an ectopic pregnancy does not implant inside the uterus, right? It is in usually the fallopian tubes or somewhere else. And therefore, they do not perform the same procedure like a D&E or a DNC or the pill to remove it. What they do is they make a small incision in the fallopian tubes and then remove embryo that way, or they'll have to remove the fallopian tubes altogether or do something else. But it's called a salpingectomy or a salpingotomy, and it is not an abortion procedure. It's coded differently. Even pro-choice institutions recognize this. So an ectopic pregnancy is not, removal is not an abortion.
Can I ask like a really quick? You said when like an egg and sperm combine, then that is a human at that point. So now you have a qualification there for if it's an ectopic pregnancy?
That is a fact, yeah. But what was your question? What is the qualification for an ectopic pregnancy?
Well, it seems like you're adding an extra qualification.
An ectopic pregnancy is when after fertilization, usually what happens for most mothers is that the zygote travels through the fallopian tubes and implants in the uterus. In the case of an ectopic pregnancy, it implants in the fallopian tubes or somewhere else. So yes, it is still an embryo or a zygote, but I see that as a life-threatening to both mother and baby. I've made very clear at the beginning of the debate that medically necessary procedures are fine. I was just correcting the fact that it isn't even an abortion. It isn't even considered an abortion.
Okay.
Yeah.
This one from Christian Johnson says, abortion does the least harm to both parties when compared to forcing babies on unready or unwilling parents while putting them in the foster home. What are your thoughts, Sanvi?
Yeah, so to respond to the foster care objection, just on ethical grounds first, one, just because somebody is going into the foster care system is not a justification to kill them. Just because somebody's going to suffer is not a justification to kill them. I'm sure you don't believe that people that are in foster care and in these systems have less of a right to life than other people. I see that as a very classist argument. But moving on to the actual pragmatics of the situation, I am for foster care and adoption reform, but newborn babies are adopted. Foster care is governmentally funded and is generally the temporary separation from parent to child. If you're willing to fully sign over your parental rights, your child goes into the adoption system, not the foster care system.
This one from Richie Constitution says, Sanvi, thank you for sticking up for the unborn. And then they say as well, I am obviously joking about the marriage proposition. No, you weren't. They say, keep up the good fight. Thanks a ton. Yuda FAQ.
They're trying to marry you, James?
No, they're the one that earlier
there's something.
oh, will you marry me, Sanvi? But they were joking.
Oh, I didn't
to be
see
fair,
that. My Wi-Fi is so
Richie,
bad that I haven't seen any of the super chats, so now
that's this one. But thanks, Richie, seriously.
Good, sorry.
This Yuda FAQ says a ferocious building fire if it was breaking out at the clinic in room one. This is kind of the same one that you addressed, Sanvi, earlier. They actually said that we don't have to read it. So it was basically the idea of like the 500 fertilized eggs versus one person. Ivan Gonzalez says if someone sustained life-ending injuries, no medical, and we knew without a doubt they will die after hours of excruciating pain, and they beg to be put out of their misery, would it be okay to kill that innocent human?
Yeah, so I think, again, when we're talking about people that are asking and consenting to death, like if you can prove they're in like a correct state of mind and it's just physical pain, then yeah, I do think that they can consent to that, as with anything else. But if they are not in sound state of mind, like they don't know you're going to kill them, they're unconscious, like something like that, I don't think you can kill them. Like there's a very clear difference between murder and euthanasia. I mean, the morality is questionable, but I think they should have the legal right to declare their death, yeah, as long as they're consenting in the right state of mind.
You got it. This one coming in from Islam. Okay, they say Sanbi's using the same argument that secular pro-life people like Kay Fellows use. Nina.
I'm
No,
not.
I invented it actually, so.
I'm not familiar with that person. Is that a?
This one from Bebe Leduc says, I'd love to debate a Russian in, quote, how to fix Russia debate. What? Okay, so Summer
Yes,
Rowe.
and.
Summer! Huh?
Yes, and I don't know what that question was.
Summer says, Nina, I love you. Okay, thank you for that. Sid says, if someone kills a pregnant woman, that person is charged. Didn't we read this one? They said with 2 murders instead of 1.
Yeah.
You can't have that law while simultaneously claiming that abortion is not murder. I think they're saying that. I think they're trying to press you, Nina.
Mm-hmm.
I think that earlier you might have said that like it's an option, but I think they're saying, well, wait, if it's not a human being in the uterus, well, then it would just be wrong to charge a person with manslaughter for it dying in a drunk driving accident.
I would be open to the argument of like changing that. I'm not super familiar with what the legal precedent is, so it's not something that like I personally have like a lot of familiarity with. It, obviously it's not my expertise by any means, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad question to ask, as I said earlier. I just don't think. I think that there could be an art. I assume the laws exist the way that they do now, maybe naively, where it has an argument behind it that I'm not familiar with. So I can look into it, you know, but I think that it's an interesting question.
You got it. Mad, though, says, Sanvi, why do we give moral consideration to an embryo, yet to develop neurophysiology, but do not give moral consideration to a human who is brain dead?
Yeah, I think it's because brain death is, you know, the irreversible cessation of brain function. No matter what we do, no matter what environment we put that in, they have no capacity to ever regain bodily or brain functions. Like, and only thing that can happen from there is deterioration. There is no up to go from there, if you will. Whereas that's clearly not biologically the case with the embryo. The embryo is metabolizing second by second. Cell division is still occurring. We still have more for the embryo to live, and that's clearly biologically and observationally true. So it is a false equivalency.
This one coming in from Ivan Gonzalez says, so is it okay sometimes to kill innocent humans?
Yeah, so I believe what I said in the debate was not, it's never wrong. What I said was it is always wrong to kill somebody that is not foreseeably putting your life in danger. That is what I did say. And that principle is what stands.
Angel Quill says, Sanvi, is there a Bible verse that affirms life at conception?
Yeah, so with this, when I say life begins at conception or fertilization, I'm purely talking from a scientific perspective. I am Catholic though, but if you want to maybe look at the moral status of the unborn being affirmed in the Bible, I could point you to like verses like fearfully and wonderfully made, but the life beginning human organism coming into existence at fertilization of the gametes is just a descriptive scientific claim.
Got it. This one coming in from each loading 2 seconds. The Boxing Report says, so like, how do you like reconcile the vast? Let me just make sure I read to know where this is going. They say, so how do you reconcile the value of fetal development milestones, such as a detectable heartbeat or the ability to feel pain, with the right to choose abortion?
Is that directed at me?
Who is that for?
Or
I don't
Probably
know.
me, I feel like.
Can you read this one more time? They have interweaved the word. I can't. So I'm thinking my gut says Nina, but I can't. I'm like verbally, I'm still the meaning is setting in.
Sure.
So they say, so how do you reconcile the value of fetal development milestones? So like the progress of a fetus. such as a heartbeat or the ability to feel pain in that fetus, those types of milestones. How do you reconcile those milestones with the right to choose abortion?
Feel like
I
that
think
might be at me, but I'm a little confused with the question, but I'll take a stab at it. I would say like a lot of like the heartbeat talk is it's not really a heartbeat, it's just electrical stuff. Like the actual heartbeat starts around like 10 weeks of pregnancy. So I think it's more than anything used as kind of like a fear mongering thing where they're like, oh look at how little tiny baby, like you're killing this little tiny baby. Like I think it's just like a manipulative tactic to get people to support like anti choice metrics, like the same way that they lie. I mean, let's be real, we know that they lie about the way that abortions are performed. Most of them are performed in like the first trimester, which like you know, like it's just like a little small bean that you just take a pill and then you just have a heavy period. It's not like a very complicated thing. I don't want to keep going too far if we want to have another response here as well.
that's it. What I have for questions. Any last thoughts from each of you before we wrap up?
I wasn't sure if she wanted to respond to that one as well.
Or well, we'll give you a chance,
Oh,
Sanvi, if you want to respond to that one.
I mean, electrical pulses do start before 10 weeks. That is the way a heartbeat is defined if you still have an electrical pulse going. I think that's what people mean when they say heartbeats begin at this point. I can describe pretty much every single abortion procedure with complete accuracy, so I don't know who the argument was supposed to address. Like, I think it's important people do their research, and clearly pro-lifers believe abortion is wrong at any stage. Mifepristone, the pill used, the abortion pill that you mentioned, is the first pill that people take in the first trimester abortion. And not only does it deprive the baby of nutrients, it also stops the baby's own cellular reproduction. So clearly pro-lifers think through any stage that it is wrong, no matter what the procedure is.
Have you ever
You got
seen
it.
the debate of Charlie Kirk where there was a dolphin fetus and he couldn't tell the difference?
Well, I don't really watch him that much, but just because you can't tell if somebody's a human doesn't mean they're not a human. I think that argument has very, very scary implications.
Does it make you take pause that maybe like the argument is not as sound as you think it might be?
Not at all, because just because something doesn't look human doesn't mean it's not human. And people throughout history have used that argument. Oh, you look closer to an animal than less of a human. Yeah, that's completely wrong. As long as biologically you are a human organism, I believe you should have equal protection.
No, but the idea that he couldn't tell. You're talking about like this being.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you can't tell.
Okay.
Just because you can't tell, we all understand genetically the real.
But the fact that a human fetus looks the exact same thing as a dolphin fetus does not give you pause at all. Maybe they're not really
like
developed
enough.
enough.
Doesn't mean that you are, and just because you look like an animal doesn't mean you are an animal, right? And like I said, this argument has been used throughout history, and every time we look back on it, we think it's a disgusting argument, no matter the phenotypic parallels people try to draw between certain groups of humans and animals. We all understand they're genetically human.
No, I'm saying in the womb, like a zygote, like, or basically what you're saying, like you would consider a human looks exactly like what a dolphin.
It's scientific. It's not what I would consider. It's just true.
No. Okay, whatever. We can go ahead and move on. I'm sorry. I don't want to derail too much.
This one coming in from Angel Quills says, Nina, was there a specific point in time when you took the pro-choice position? What was it that fully convinced you?
I've basically always had the pro-choice. No, they said my name. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, I didn't mean to be that snarky. But no. I think I always had this position because I don't know, I'm an American. I believe in freedom. I believe people should have choice. I believe that being forced to like carry a baby to term is like disgusting and is super anti-freedom.
With that, I think that's all we have in terms of, let me just double check in terms of the last any questions. Want to say thank you very much for your support, folks. If you haven't yet, hit that like button. We really do appreciate it. And if you thought that your side was represented well in this debate, and you're like, yeah, I want people to see this. Getting this video to rank more highly when, let's say, someone searches abortion debate, one way that you can get it to rank more highly is by hitting like. So hit that like button if you do feel like your side was more, that it was well represented. And want to say, most of all, thanks to our guests, Nina and Sanvi. It's been a true pleasure to have you tonight.
Sanvi, it was fantastic speaking with you.
Thank you, Nina, and thank you, James, for being willing to host this on such short notice. And I'm sorry about all the technical difficulties.
My pleasure. I remember my first time getting on a Zoom call, but we do appreciate our guests for real. Seriously, check out their links in the description box. Sanvi and Nina are awesome. We really do appreciate them. The debaters are the lifeblood of the channel. So for real, check out their links. Thank you, Sanvi. Thank you, Nina. It's been a great debate. We had one last question just pop in from Ryan C. Ryan, I don't know if you meant to attach a question, but there's a super chat, and I'm guessing you meant to put a question, but if you didn't, just let me know in the live chat. We'll hang in here for another like 30 seconds and see if you had any question that you meant to attach. But want to say
it was fun.
Thank you guys for all of your support. We're going to see, I'm going to keep an eye on the live chat right now just to see if they said that they had a question that they wanted to attach to it. So bear with me. I'm stalling here. But yeah, thanks folks in the chat. I see you there. Papa Marks, Tommy Gunn, Ozzy Gold, Ryan the Mod. Thanks for all of your guys' support. Ryan was supposed to he is in the live chat. He was supposed to host tonight. He said, oh, I've got to be at my 9-year-old daughter's birthday. Come on, Ryan. No, I'm kidding. Isn't that good? He's a good guy. I got to tell you, I love teasing him. He's seriously, I got to tell you, Ryan is so loyal to this channel. And so seriously, I want to give you a personal thank you. Oh, wait, but this is a different Ryan from the one that asked the super chat. So Ryan, who sent in the super chat, if you had a question, quick, let me know if you had one. But I do want to say while we're all here, Ryan, who's in the chat right now, Ryan the Mod, is seriously, he has helped this channel. The last month has been our biggest growth month, for real, no joke, which is strange for the summer. That's bizarre. I thought, it was like, it's going to slow down just the way it is. But Modern Debate, it had its biggest month. And a big reason for that is because Ryan has been stepping in to host so many debates when I get just overwhelmed with stuff. I've just got so much right now. So thanks, Ryan, for real. And anyway.
James, can I ask you a question I've been curious about?
Sure.
I don't think, I know you obviously do, and you're a fantastic host, but have you ever done debates?
I did, yeah. And I do plan on doing it eventually. I think it'll probably be once the doctorate's for sure done, both because of the controversial nature.
Sure.
You know what? I got in trouble. Professor reported it to my chair of my department like 3 years ago that I had this channel, even as the moderator. I hadn't hosted. I uploaded a debate from like 10 years ago or something, but that was like fell into the background. Nobody really noticed. They didn't even complain about that. They just complained that I had the channel and that I was like hosting. I was like,
what was the complaint? That you like had it?
Yeah, apparently they just thought it was like inappropriate. And the crazy thing, that was before we hosted like the really inappropriate stuff. Because we've hosted some stuff that's like made my stomach turn a little bit. But like we're all like, hey, we're all about like neutrality and free speech and like we'll give everybody a shot. We followed that even to the point of where like my stomach turns over a little bit. But like she reported us before we ever hosted that stuff. Anyway, they did get their question in. Ryan says for Sanvi, says, who owns the womb? At what point does the woman lose her autonomy?
Yeah, so I would say, firstly, I would say you do deserve to have jurisdiction over your body and your property and things like that. My only issue is that a child also deserves that jurisdiction over their body, right? And when you start using your body to infringe on other people's rights, that's when I have a problem. And something similar, since they did use the word own, like I said, if a mother gave birth at home and it was like storming outside, a snowstorm, you can't just place the newborn baby outside. Be like, well, get off my property. I own that. Like, no, that would clearly be considered infanticide or murder. So the same logic should extend to the prenatal. And I think that's why a lot of people with bodily autonomy arguments, people have to shift the goalposts and gish gallop from like viability to first breath or to birth or citizenship and things like that, because there is no consistent way to defend the position that under bodily autonomy you can kill the prenatal.
You got it. Any last thoughts, Nina?
No. I
Give me a
think that
rejoinder
it's
if
kind
you
of been
want
the
to.
same thing for a while, but yeah, if you're wanting to finish up, but I'm interested more in your story though.
Oh yeah. It was 3 years ago. I was like a second year in this program, and they reported it. And so yeah, there's like this really awkward like review of like the channel and me, and like where they had, instructors in the department like look at the channel and be like, is this inappropriate? Really weird. I mean, yeah, some people are just, some people.
Nah.
But yeah, so.
I feel you.
But yeah, want to say, but yeah, I'm gonna debate someday again. I've always enjoyed religion, like religion atheism type debates the most, but I'm open to like other topics. So like I'll probably do other topics, although it might not. I don't, we'll see what it'll be though. Want to say thanks to our guests, folks. Check out their links. Thanks so much. We do appreciate our guests. And with that, I'll be back in about 18 seconds, folks, to give you a quick post-credits rundown for our next conference, which is November 4th. So I'm going to give some details about some of the debates confirmed for that in Dallas, Texas. So stick around,
Dogs are
and I'll be
excited for
back
it.
in just a moment. Thanks so much, Nina, and thanks so much, Sanvi.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and head out. Thank you so much for having us, of course. Always a pleasure.
For sure.
Have a good one.
My pleasure. Have a good night.
Okay, I'm not doing any more abortion debates. It's like super fucking annoying. It's all the same disingenuous bullshit. Like, I mean, I of course love James, and he's a great host. That's more than anything the reason why I accepted this was because like I was like, okay, I do like this channel, of course. I'm not doing any of that anymore. Like, I say that, but I know I will actually do it because I have no self-control when it comes to just like making me angry, but I just think it's so fucking annoying. Like, they're all disingenuous fucks every single time. It's like the same argument. Like, literally, I just feel like I was just talking to Glaucoma. They all have this like really sweet, like nice tone that makes it seem like I actually am surprised that it seems like I did really well because of the people that donated that were like kind of critical. Where I think doing the is it okay to kill dogs thing, I think that was like the big plus. You know what I mean? Like the big plus of being like okay, like this chick's just insane then. And then, like, she did the same fucking thing where it was like, oh, you just think I'm being disingenuous? It's like, just own it. Like, I don't know why you're so offended by, like, me saying, like, you come off this way. You can tell me that I come off that way. And it's like, you need to, like, maybe think a little bit more, like 5% more. And, like, understand that I'm just saying you come off this way. Like, it's not that you are this. I'm not calling you this. You come off this way. So you are absolutely willing to, like, you can. I mean, I thought I was being very good faith, generally. I think I started making jokes at the end there because I was getting kind of annoyed. But, like, I don't think that, I don't think that, like, I did bad by any means. I think that was the best you can do with something like that. Yeah, the dog killing thing was absolutely fucking psychotic shit, dude. Like, I think that's probably, that was like such a good thing that came up. Where it was like, oh, you're okay with dog killing. Like, you're never gonna get anyone on your side now. It's like, okay. Thank you, Chicken. And, Glitterbell, of course. I'll be honest, the technical difficulties threw me off a little bit. But, you know, it is what it is. We just deal with it. I love how, like, every single time I debate, like, a fucking anti-abortion, like, lady, She always has fucking technical difficulties. I don't know. I think this is maybe like a sign from God at this point. Yeah, fuck you. Like, I'm not like doxing you or anything. Am I vegan? I'm like getting there, dude, when it comes to watching some of those other videos. Do you mind? I'm gonna eat you, Ben. I think maybe she just wanted to kill my dogs. Like, literally, she's okay with killing dogs. Like, oh, okay, doesn't seem like very, well, yikesy. I mean, it's the same. I think I'm done with doing these. I mean, I say that, but I'll still do it, let's be real. Because I like to get... It's like saying I don't want to watch these things that make me mad. It's like saying I don't want to watch circus shit where I just want to like... Or like Fresh and Fair where I just want to get mad at it. Like, I'll do it. But I think I'm gonna do a consideration of maybe not necessarily doing it as much. But because it's like the same argument. And it's a kind of annoying. Like, it's... She actually made the exact same argument. Like, it's super annoying. Like, I don't... Like, they don't have arguments. They're just trying to, like, trip you on semantics. Like, they're not talking about real-life situations here. Like, the best thing that she had was maybe the two-headed... But I don't really know enough about the science of that. Like, does one existing make the other life, like, not good enough? Or, like, or not, like, not good enough, sorry, that's a weird way of saying it. Not, like, if one can exist without, like, that's a whole, like, different argument that I don't think that you could apply directly. Also, it's so bad faith. Every single, lead vitamin, don't you dare put a fucking gun to her head. I will end you. Okay with killing dogs unless it's someone's dog. It's just a little crazy though. Down with the risk it could have on the mother. Yeah, I mean that's like I think that's what they always do because all of these anti-abortion people, they don't care. They want you to die because of... Let's be real. If I wasn't so obvious with it, I probably could make her admit that it was because she was religious. I'm not saying that that's the truth. I just get the feeling. Just the way that she gets the feeling of what her ideology is. Because there's no reason for it. She's like saying it's a secular argument, but like, what'd she say? Like, not even that, like... Didn't really seem like there was a consistent mindset when it came to that. Yeah, she says fine to kill an animal for no reason. Why she... Yeah. That, I think, is when I, like, took the absolute dub. It was a little bit of, like, a confusion at the beginning. Like, I get so confused because I don't understand how people think that way. But I feel like that was kind of where we got the dub. Where it was like, oh, you're just, like, psychotic. Cool. No morals. You don't have any morals. This conversation is about morals. Like the fact that they're like, again, this happens every time. They are so unwilling to answer questions. Like, I want qualifications for answering them. And I'll be like, sure, whatever. But they can't handle the idea of even like conceding anything. It was like, oh, so you're just crazy. Got it. Like, literally, they're okay with, like, killing just dogs for, like, funsies. That's psychotic. That is absolutely crazy. I literally use the phrase for funsies. And she's like, yeah, as long as it's not someone else's property. Is that libertarian brain? Because libertarians are usually pro-abortion. But I thought James was great though. He didn't have to intervene, so it was not that bad of a no, not that bad, sorry. It wasn't like too much, I think. To of course, is going to save my mother over it. Yeah, well, she tried to do this qualification thing where it was like, yeah, if we're not doing medical necessity, it's like, okay, well, that, if we're talking about the morality, then we do have to factor that in. It's kind of like impossible to not do that. I don't know. It's funsies and gamba. Gamba is a fun word. Yeah, I mean, like, again, like, I think I'm overdoing these. I say that, but I know I will do another one. Because I can't help myself. Because it's just, like, I know what's gonna happen. It's going to be the exact same thing. And, like, there's some part of me that just can't resist. I can't resist it being the same fucking bullshit. Because they're just gonna do the same arguments over and over again. That, like, are just, like, oh, what if, like, they're, like, giving birth, like, in this, like, that's the exact same argument that what's-her-name made. And it's, like, it's so weak. Like, it's such a weak argument. Like, do you really think that that means anything? Like, that's why I try to bring it back to, like, we're talking about in, like, the greater scheme of things. Like, that doesn't make sense to make that comparison of, like, what, like, a mother in, like, a blizzard has to take care of it? Like, she's not trying to make her own argument, she's trying to dismantle mine, but it's like saying that, like, I misspelled a word and, like, so my philosophy doesn't work, or that there isn't exceptions to, like, a philosophy. Like, it's very poor argumentation. Like, really bad. It's, like, kind of embarrassing, in my opinion. Like, I just get, like, annoyed by it. But somehow I keep coming back. I know it's gonna happen every single fucking time, but I just keep coming back. But it was fun. Seemed polite enough, as much as I think she would murder me if she could. Like Oreos, yeah. Like, you feel like shit. Like, it's like popcorn for me. I know I'm gonna feel like shit every single time that I eat popcorn, but I still keep doing it. Here, guys, I do it for you. Cheers. Okay. I mean, like, yeah, also, like, you don't know when it's going to happen. You don't know if you're gonna die. Like, there's not, like, some, like, soothsayer that's, like, gonna be like, oh, yeah, this pregnancy means you're gonna die. Like, you don't know that. The thing is, there is a risk. Also, you could tell how excited she was when she thought she was doing, like, a gotcha because of, like, I don't know, like, I got some, like, stat wrong or something. It's just, like, it's like, oh, god damn it. Like, she's not interested in arguing the point. She just wants to, like, win. It's very annoying. No, she doesn't want to do that. She wants to go in the Crucible. And I don't really know if I want to do that. I don't think I can handle having two bad faith people like that. Like, oh my god, it was like the exact same thing where they were like, oh, you keep saying the religion thing. I was like, yeah, I said it like twice. Like, it's the same thing where they just can't admit to conceding to anything. And, like, yeah, I'm very particular with the things that I concede to. I want to be sure because I can tell that they're being bad faith. They're being like, oh, like, you, like, use the wrong cadence of a word, so then all of a sudden I win. Like, it's like a weird desperation that they have where it's like they have to have this level of, yeah, I think I'm leaning towards not doing it on the Crucible. It's not gonna be on abortion. It'd be on trans people. And I'm like, I think I can't handle another one of the, if I'm asking you to explain your position and you're just being like, why are you asking me this? I shouldn't have to answer this the same way that she was today. Like, I can't handle any of that right now. Like, it's just, yeah, let me spell one word, and I went, yeah. It's like, god damn, it's like an insult even talking to you. Yeah. Yeah, they're just like, yeah, I know like a bunch of science about this, and I was like, cool, I'm not a biologist. So we're talking about morals. Doesn't seem like that's relevant. PowerPoint, no. I actually would enjoy a PowerPoint. Wait, is she the one that did the PowerPoint? Wait, why didn't I deserve a PowerPoint? What the fuck, you bitch? I remember I watched Vosh debate somebody and they had a PowerPoint. Was that the person I just talked to? What? I didn't deserve a PowerPoint? I mean, her internet barely works, so like, I guess... I mean, we could have rescheduled. I don't know why she was so like adamant about doing it today. All based on these yeah, they're just like bullshit. Like, I assume she's younger than me, so she's probably just kind of like figuring shit out. I think that, I mean, she literally feels exactly the same way that glaucoma does, where it was like not really wanting to have a conversation and just like wanting to like win or whatever. It was like very obvious. I was trying to be like fair. I mean, I was being fair the entire time, but like I was trying to be nice at the beginning, but it's just like, you're gonna continue to do this. And I was getting, I don't know if you could tell, I was getting kind of annoyed at the end there. Zen Shapiro, no, I have not debated Zen Shapiro. Well, I appreciate the support from everyone. I obviously take your, I want to say criticism, your statements, they mean a lot to me to know if I did well. This is really hard for me to tell, and it's just like, I was just getting so fucking annoyed. Like, yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, chaotic, like, there is, like, that, like, kind of, like, sweet girl, like, oh, we're gonna do, like, this, we're gonna say a bunch of bigoted shit, but we're gonna say it in a really, like, cute, simpy, like, or not simpy, but, like, in a cute way, and it's just like, oh my god, it's, like, the exact same thing that glaucoma would do. Like, y'all the same person. Thank you, I appreciate it. So obsessed with trans, because they want to fuck, they're all chasers, that's why. They don't like that they jerk off to trans porn 24/7, and so they have to, like, shit on them. That's why fucking conservatives are obsessed with trans people, who are just trying to live their fucking life. Even Caleb probably wouldn't have known you were particularly annoyed until you mentioned it. Oh, I appreciate that. I was trying to be even killed, but it was just like, I was super fucking annoyed the entire time. I'll be honest with you. Like, I was like, when we were like about like 20 minutes in, like I was just like, I'm so fucking annoyed right now. Like I was like getting so mad. But I wanted to be good faith about it, where it was like, I guess like when it really came to like the point where I was like, I can't help myself, was when I started making jokes. Not to necessarily give the game away, but when I start making jokes, that's when you can tell I'm getting really annoyed. Because that's kind of a way to test if they're gonna be like funny back, like if they're like gonna be a fun person to talk to, and like they were not having it. I can't believe the dog thing. I can't believe the dog thing. That was nuts. I was like, are you fucking serious? What's this video? I don't know. It was just like, sorry, we could go like full screen if you wanted. Oh my god. The dog thing was. I was like, you're joking. Yeah. I have more things I could have asked about, like, okay, so our kids' property, or... But it's like, okay, I don't really feel like I needed to say more than that. Pretty far from him. No, we're friends. I mean, I am, I think, taller. I have no reason to believe that. I'm just saying it. Yeah, that was... I didn't expect that to be as good as it was. I was like, holy shit. I'll do standing desk and watching it. Well, fuck yeah, Drow. Send him a picture. I have a standing desk, but it's broken, so it is just a sitting desk. To be more violent against males like Sunsoul. Sure, why not? I don't know the argument. Anyone else want to debate while I'm here? Can't stay chill. It's actually something I've learned from this. Like, I think that I noticed at some point, like, her, like, leading the conversation. Like, I didn't really want to lead the conversation in the beginning, and I let her lead it. And then I was like, oh my god, are you really gonna do this bullshit? And I was like, okay, I gotta take over this conversation, because it's just gonna be the same fucking shit that Glaucoma did, where it's just gonna be, like, bullshit. Like, I gave her, like, a decent amount, and then, like, I noticed every time I asked her position, they got offended. Like, it just seems so odd that that happens so often. That, like, when you ask people who have these positions, like, to some extent, bigoted positions, theirs, they get, like, offended. And I'm like, are you serious? I don't know what the hell is happening to my party. We are supposed to be party of small government, which less interference in our personal lives. I don't know why these people these days are arguing for big daddy government to step in and control people. Well, the thing is, that's actually what your party's always wanted to do. Sorry to tell you. Because I am older than the average Switchbowl participant, but holy fuck, but yeah, I mean, they want more control. Like, that's what, like, I'm sorry to say, that's what the Republican Party is nowadays. It's just literally about, like, control. Like, it's about, like, making sure that people don't... I mean, okay, so what the real thing about abortion is, right? It is about women not having their, having the ability to, you know, have bodily autonomy when it comes to, like... Damn it, that was so fucking annoying. It was like, you just want to do, like, semantics? Like, really? Your argument's that weak? But, anyways... where it's like saying, like, you need to be a slave to somebody else because you were gonna get punished for, like, you know, having casual sex. You don't have any, like, that power. So all it really is at the end of the day, when it comes to the Republicans generally, are just control. They just want control over people's lives because they want a fucking monarchy, dude. Like, people like Andrew, like, are, at least he's honest about it, he's fucking pro-monarchy. It's insane. They want you to not have a choice in what you do in your life. They want you to be a fucking slave to the, people of power, people you work for. You can't, because you can't quit your job, because then you have kids, right? So, like, what are you gonna do? Just, like, have them die? Like, you have to pay for them, right? So you're gonna take anything that I'll feed you, right? Like, you'll take the slop bucket shit. You can't quit. Like, even though I pay you and treat you like shit, you can't quit. You have kids. Like, it's all that fucking psychotic bullshit, dude. And it's just, ugh, makes me so mad. I fucking hate capitalism. I don't think matriarchal societies would be better at all. I don't... Why the fuck would I think if somebody, I'm a feminist, okay? Why the fuck do you think that I would think a matriarchal society would be better? Feminism is about equality. That doesn't mean that women are better. Like, that is ridiculous. I don't know if you're making a joke, but like, I obviously don't think, I think a matriarchal society would be psychotic too. That is a very dumb idea. The same way a patriarchal society is a dumb idea. The idea of excluding anybody because of their sex or gender is stupid. Or sexuality. It's dumb. It's some dumb bullshit of like, oh, let's just, you know, I know this guy's better or this girl's better at this, but let's, you know, because they're a girl or a guy, we're not gonna do it. You know, let's just keep them out. You know, like, that's just so fucking stupid. Why do you think America is the most diverse country in the world and also the most powerful? Why the fuck do you think that is? Did she ever say if she was pro or anti-vax? Oh, I should have asked. Fuck. I didn't ask. She didn't say. Oh, capitalism's always catching strays. Come on. I appreciate that. No, you're all good. I mean, like, yeah, I don't want like some like weird matriarchal like world where for some reason we're doing like, this is what I get so pissed off at, like TERFs, because TERFs are kind of like that where they want like women only to lead, which is like, it's a really bad argument. If you follow that logic down, it's a really, really bad argument. Like, it's kind of like black nationalism, where it's kind of the exact same thing as white nationalism in a way, where it's just a separation between the two of like, it's like equally as racist, because it just implies that like, okay, so like the bigot, you just get to be the one in charge of doing the genocide. Like, instead of you getting genocided, you get to genocide the other people. Like, that doesn't fix the problem. It's just kind of like revenge, I guess. It's not really a way that's going to make a better society. Yeah, fighting bigotry with more bigotry. Like, it's very stupid, very low IQ, very dumb point of view, in my opinion. To like, if you want to be like because if you look at like black nationalists, especially when we're talking about like black Israelites, they are like basically Nazi level of like genocidal from what I've seen about their rhetoric and like how psychotic their beliefs are. They think that everyone was like black. Like, they think like Abraham Lincoln was black. They think that was like George Washington was black. Like a psychotic level of historical revision. And what they want is very aggressive when it comes to like basically like killing all of the colonizers or whatever. And it's like, god damn, you understand that you understand what you're doing? Ugh. I'm a democratic socialist. I'm not a sock dem. So I'm more of a socialist than I am a social democrat. A democratic socialist is poorly worded, but very different. Oh god, tankies. Oh my god, don't get me started on tankies. Tankies are just crazy. I think at this point, I don't think that we need to understand anything that tankies believe. They just like have like a script and are just all just like homeless people that just have been hired by Caleb Maupin to exist, I guess. If you really think about tankies, holy shit. advice for your young men concerning about the future of the dating market? What are you spying people? I think the biggest advice is to not ever expect anything. I think the best way to make or have a good relationship, I mean, this is gonna seem very like generic, of course, because yeah, sometimes the generic advice is the one that makes most sense, is to have friends and meet somebody through friends of friends. That's probably the best way that I can think of to have a good relationship is meeting somebody through a friend of a friend. And not have that like pressure of like using dating apps and like the expectation and all that. And also like just being confident in yourself. And I know it's like again cliche to say, but like I think like just being able to not seem desperate, do your own thing, like okay, if you're not into it, that's fine. Easier said than done, of course, but I think that having friends is way more important than having like I think if you have a good community of friends, which maybe you could make through like dating apps or like there's like plenty of apps that you can like go out and like do like I don't know, like hiking or some shit, or like if you're like in a gaming thing, like just having that friend group I think is way more important than like meeting somebody directly. Like it's just like you're just going like you don't seem like you're just like desperately going after one person. It's just like because those people have friends. Maybe if you're not interested in that person, doesn't matter. They have friends, and then like maybe you're the person that you're talking to's boyfriend knows somebody who like creating that like web of friendship. Again, of course, easier said than done. Is way better than like going on like a dating app and being like, yo, you're hot, like you want to fuck type of thing. Obviously it's not what you're doing, but I'm just saying like I think that like the best way to meet people is through friends, because that's how I met Razor, really. I mean, to be fair, it was through Twitch, but like it wasn't because I was like a viewer of his, it was because I knew people on Twitch that knew him, and then we met up in person, we just kicked it off. It was just kind of a thing. Like I wasn't even really that interested in him until I like met him in person and at TwitchCon in 2000. Razor. Oh, the door's closed. Fuck. In 2000, I think 18. And we just I don't know, we just kicked it off. Consensus view. I assume I'm allowing the word murder. I really hope it's not something else. Wait, is goy like a racist term? Why did it catch goy? I thought it was murder that it was catching. Why doesn't it tell me what it's catching? I make money for him to stream on Twitch again. I don't think he can. I think he's banned. Isn't goy like a non-Jewish person? Or is that something else? Oh, you did. Wait, it did tell me? No, it didn't. It told me later, but it didn't tell me before. That's what's annoying about like they don't tell me. Like, where did it tell me here in the auto mod? It didn't tell me what it was. It said racism level. I love that they have like levels of racism. That is so funny to me. I don't even know what to say. Like you're like you can like level up in racism. Oh, is goy like non-Jewish person? Okay. I mean, I don't really feel that offended by it. Yeah. Oh, okay. But you like the beans. I do love Goya beans. The hippie and a right winger at the same time. Because he's a centrist, that's why. Fucking Penguinzo or Moist Critical or whatever we want to refer Charlie is a centrist. The debate went exactly how the last one did. The person was evasive and trying to do some really bad faith arguments. So it was kind of it's something that I feel like I shouldn't do again, but you know I'm going to because I can't help myself. You know me. All right, we have some time. It's only 9:30. We got time, dude. We got time for some videos. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, but we have time to watch some. I never have that. I'm not gonna say it. Talk about tripping eyes. I'm a little bit insulted just on a personal level that I said it was a pleasure to meet you and no response. But they might have been lagging because their internet apparently could not handle having a mild conversation. It's from Xbox Live, love that. Dangerous, but you seem to be actually super do a better. Oh no, of course. I mean, like, yeah, there's a bunch of fucking mega cringe feminists. Don't get me wrong. Misandrist, because I disagree with the idea that a misandrist is even a feminist because it doesn't seem like there's a good argument. Maybe I should look into doing a debate with somebody who is a misandrist. But I think that more than anything, any same way that we had the debate today, I would imagine any like sort of turf motherfucker like misandrist would have probably the same level of argumentation, which is none, let's be real here, where they just don't really want to confront like their ideology. Ugh. You're fading? Oh. All good. Glitterbell, if you want to head to bed. Of course you don't have to stay here. Thank you, Glitterbell. I appreciate you guys all saying. None of you guys talk shit about my performance, so I feel like that's like stellar, like top 10 performance there, because you guys always like to make fun of me, whether or not it's good natured or not. Have a fantastic night, Glitterbell. Oof. I think that if I was gonna ever have a debate about something, it's just gonna turn into the same thing. Like, I think I don't know if I'm older than them. Like, I know I am glaucoma, but like I don't really think I'm interested in doing a formal debate about trans people. Like, I'm open to talking to her, like, as like on a one-on-one type of thing, but I really don't want to do a structured debate. Because what I think, I'll tell you my reasoning, okay? Is that I think she wants to talk about trans people, and I don't mind talking about trans people, but I think the idea of going on another person's show or doing like a official debate makes them feel like they have to win. Like they have to win. Like we can't like talk as people. And I think that that's not that, for one, not that fun necessarily, because like they just do bad faith arguments and then I'm just getting annoyed the entire time. The same way like with today. Because I'm not talking to them as like a person. I'm not talking to them as a human being. I think they feel like they have to win. So you know what? I think I've decided I will not do. I will talk to her, of course, but I will not do an official debate because I feel like what I want to do is just to talk to this person. I am so curious about like, why do you think this way? Like, what is the reasoning behind it? Yeah, I'm trying to gaslight what bad faith is. Yeah, it was. I will appreciate that I kept my temper on that one because I was about to call her a cunt, but I didn't. I'm just kidding. I wasn't going to, but it didn't actually make me that mad. The joke was there, and I just didn't make it. Appreciate me being reasonable. Any red flags so I don't actually date interest? I mean, there's some obvious ones that I guess we like don't just somebody's like all men are like this. If they're not joking, that's a red flag. There's some understanding that you can have a little leeway there. But like generally if like somebody's literally saying, "Oh, but not you." That's a gigantic red flag. If they're like, "Oh, all men are like this, but not you," that's a manipulative tactic. Like the same way that people would use with like, "Oh, most girls are like this, but not you." Like, "Oh, well, young girls are like this, but not you. You're more mature for your like it's a lot of that." So that's a huge red flag. Yeah, somebody who wants to like be confident and being okay with being without them. Be like, okay. Like if they're like, I'm gonna break up with you if like you do this or this, so it's like, and if you don't want to do those things, be like, again, easier said than done, but like, okay. Like if you're not wanting to do that, like you don't have to stay in this relationship. If you don't want to. I think it's like horrendous to do such for both parties. The headphones. Anyways, I feel like the fact that I did 2 abortion debates and both of them had the exact same way of arguing, I think maybe that they just have really bad arguments. And then I think I should probably not do them for a little bit because they're just so fucking annoying. I mean, she's pro dog murder, so that's a thing. Yeah, I don't know if it's like a hive mind or if they're like friends or something. Because she kind of made the exact same argument that it's like, what do you think I know about this? I don't know. What's kind of nice about it though is like sometimes I get stressed out about doing like a debate opening. Like I'll like think like I have to write like this whole thing, and I'm really glad I don't waste my time doing it. Because it would have been an absolute fucking waste of my time. Because there is no element of that that is like good faith, you know, like it. Apparently they wanted to gaslight me about what good faith was, but it's like you're not even trying. You just want to win. You're not engaging with what I'm saying. You're not engaging with the arguments. You don't care. You don't actually care. You're pro dog murder, okay? You don't actually care about life. You just like are kind of an asshole. Like I just like could not believe the dog murder part. And it's just like, well, that's it. It's like when I got Boots to say the N-word. Yeah, based on the situation. Yeah, I know. It was like, okay, but we're talking about in general. Like, she's like, okay, well, if you're gonna be like, I kept asking her for her definition. She kept getting mad about it. The reason why killing dogs is wrong is because they belong to somebody. It's like, I'm sorry, what? That is psychotic. Comes to mind, people will do, well, a real man would X. Well, yeah, I mean, it's both misogynist and misandrous to say, well, a real man would do. It's both. I mean, misandry is equally as bad as misogyny. At least in my eyes. I don't know if there's like a way to. I would say misandry probably isn't it if we're going to be like very technical about it. Because it just doesn't have as much power. But I would say it does. It is equally as horrible as misogyny. It just doesn't have enough structural power where it wasn't able to, you know, actually exist in the way that misogyny has. But I think like we're talking about what it stands for, what it wants, or what it manifests as, I think it's equally as bad. Like, I don't think like women ruling in the world is going to make anything better. If the way that happens is by completely excluding men. I used to think that back when I was a dumbass. But like it's equally as fucked up, you know? Like it's super anti-feminist. Because feminism means equality for all, you know? And it's not because of feminism. It's just that that's not, like, I believe that a world is better when it's diverse. I don't think that women are better at things than men are, just across the board. I think people are better at things because they're different. I think she did. Honestly, I think she did prefer it for the date. By the way, she never linked anything that I saw at least. When she said she would. But I mean, I understand link hunting is really annoying to do during a debate. It's kind of like muddled. Again, the point is you're 35 times more likely to die through childbirth than through an abortion. which she knows was true because she, I think, admitted it. I think I said 35%, which would be like a huge understatement. The first way I said it, and I was like, "Oh yeah, shit, sorry, my bad. I meant 35 times." Like the idea of like, okay, if she's willing to do the okay, in case of like medical necessity, literally birth itself is a risk. You are 35 times more likely to die from from giving birth than from getting an abortion. So I don't know what the exact percentage is from like just not being pregnant. Like I guess we could talk about like, you know, death rates or whatever. Like it's obviously higher. Like it that just goes without saying. Like you think that you're like a less likely to die from giving birth than like just not? Like it's insane to think that. Like yeah, so if your argument is medical necessity, then if you're talking about being consistent about like, oh, my body will tell me argument, with your argument, you then would agree with the fact that abortion should be legal. Because if you're accepting the fact that abortion you know, has a higher death rate than, or sorry, not an abortion, giving birth has a higher death rate than having an abortion, seems like you would then approve of all abortions because it's a medical necessity. Because you're more likely to die by giving birth than not giving birth. It's not like you just sitting there randomly like playing Dota on your computer. Well, maybe. Is gonna make you die. It was chronological when it fits brain dead. You won't get better, but that is the same whisper not meeting the egg chron. And then one time it was because the fetus is vital for a few hours. Yeah, that's when I really knew it was bad faith. Like I was like, are you serious? Like, it is just amazing to me how bad faith these people are. Where it's just like, holy shit, are you seriously making this argument? And this is like, my god. So I think that you can't I think that like me asking like, okay, so what do you mean by that? Like I think that's the best way to counteract somebody being that bad faith. Because I don't think that they're able to really puzzle that out because they do know they're being bad faith. And why you can tell that, of course, is because they got really offended by it. Makes sense because yeah, again, bad faith doesn't mean that you're lying. It just means that you're being bad. You're arguing like you know that you're wrong, and you're just trying to like win basically when it comes to debates generally. That's obviously a very broad definition. I'm not saying that's like a distinct. Razor, how would you define bad faith? Razor? Razor! How would you define bad faith? Mormons? Oh, I get it, because it's a bad faith. He's just trying to, he doesn't want to talk about it. Oh, I see. He's got headphones on. Exactly, not talking logically to reach a conclusion of using tricks to... It was like... I'm just annoying. That's a really bad definition, of course, but like... Very obviously defensive. Very obviously afraid to give any grounds. Very obviously, trying to just do like a little bit of a trick of the rhetorical tricks, but not really very good at it, to be honest. I think intentionally being obtuse for the reason of trying to confuse your opponent. Maybe that's an element of it. I really don't know what one would define that as. I think it's like really dependent on the situation, but generally I guess I would say like bad faith in this situation was just like she fucking knew what I was asking, and she's like being like, "Oh, so you mean this?" And it's like, "No, no, I don't mean that." And I'm explaining what I mean, and she's like, "But you're saying this," and I'm like, "No, I'm not saying that. I'm telling you very plainly what I'm saying." And then like just like continually going in this fucking circle to waste our time because they know they don't have anything. I don't know. So gifted subs also go to you? What? Caleb, oh, I would love to tear into a Caleb Maupin video.
In 2022, Lithuanian border guards refused
What is it, 305 view?
to let through 11,200 migrants from Asia and Africa. Allegedly, people from these countries were forcibly placed in detention centers for 6 months, without the right to freedom of movement.
Again, if you don't know, Caleb Maupin is a Russian agent.
According to human rights organizations, Latvian and Polish law enforcement...
The money from the gifted sub? Yes, I should get... I mean, as much as I would get as like a normal sub. So if like you subbed... Right? Razor? What? I get like the same amount of money from a gifted sub as I do a normal sub, right? Yeah, okay. He says, yeah, pretty much, so... I guess Prime subs give slightly more. But yeah, just in general. What? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and...
Officers at the border beat...
Alright, mods, you know, just ban that person.
Refugees from the Middle East, tortured, electrocuted, and set service dogs on them, sometimes even going as far as abducting these people and holding them in unequipped premises.
The Russian representative did not...
Oh my god. The fact that this guy ran a cult is amazing to me.
mince words. During the presentation, we heard about how Poland and the Baltic states have abused refugees, violated their human rights with beatings, torture, other mechanisms. We also heard about how Italy and Greece have essentially enabled hundreds of refugees to die by ignoring the fact that passage through the sea is one of the main ways that they are fleeing. Now, in addition to that, we also heard about how Spain had killed...
Yeah, you ever kind of think about running a cult? I feel like it just might be kind of easy. I mean, like, the moral level, I feel like I'm not there. I think it's immoral to do something like that, but maybe our girl would do it. What's her name? Who the fuck did I talk to? She might be into it, like dog sacrifices. Oh, I can turn it back on. Thank you for reminding me.
Dozens of refugees by refusing to allow them access to its enclave in Africa. And then the Russian representative had specific words for the United States, who pulled out of Afghanistan.
I'm sorry to say this. Andrew, I'm sorry to say this from the Crucible, but he kind of sounds like you.
Afghanistan rather chaotically, and then froze the country's assets immediately afterwards. Here's what was said about the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan and its impact on the global refugee crisis.
The situation with the migrants from Afghanistan remains egregious. America's withdrawal from the country after a very unsuccessful military campaign.
Adorable that people think that he's not. He gave who's that woman who like said that like Joe Biden like sexually harassed her even though she was saying the same story for like a very Tara something. Anyways, he gave her like some like medal, and he's worked for Russian TV for like years, And I guess is now still doing it because of course he is. Love that for him. I think he could easily lead a cult. I don't think so. I think it would take... I think, like, to be able to lead a cult, you have to have, like, some, like, hyper, like... I don't think I have the personality defect that would make me want to lead a cult. Like, I have no interest in doing that. I think I could in terms of, like, maybe, like, practice. But the fact that I don't have any interest in moral defiance of such, I think is one of the main reasons that I wouldn't, just like normal people would, right? Like, I think that's why most people wouldn't want to do it.
Campaign, which lasted over 20 years, provoked a huge flow of refugees to various countries. Iran and Pakistan, forced to bear the brunt of this refugee crisis, are now sharing the burden with other regional neighbors. The Afghans, whom the U.S. claimed to be protecting, were hung out to dry, left alone.
Also, RT, literally the worst logo.
With devastation, poverty, terrorism, and hunger. Instead of reparations for the damage caused over 2 decades, the Afghan people now have to contend with sanctions, frozen assets, and a humanitarian crisis of unprecedented scale.
You know what? You can just leave. You can just, like, leave. You could not invade Ukraine. You could just, like, leave. Kinda seems like you could fix this problem by just leaving. What's the oh, you know what it is? It's because it's gonna make Vladimir Putin look weak. The only reason why they shouldn't do it. The only reason why they shouldn't do it is because it's gonna make their dictator look weak. There's a lot of tall windows in a lot of those buildings, just saying.
Russia assembled a number of experts, top-level academics, and others to speak on the issue of
oh my god, he's saying nothing.
Refugees and migrants around the world. Now, among them was Dan Kovalik, a labor and human rights lawyer in the United States, and he spoke specifically about the southern border, the U.S. border with Mexico, and how U.S. policies are exacerbating the problems of people fleeing and entering the United States via the U.S.-Mexico.
Wait, what? We're talking about... This is not the U.S.-Mexico border. What the fuck are you talking about?
Border. Here's what was said by Dan Kovalik.
While the U.S.